This is the most complete Rigify tutorial on the internet. Initially, I released it as a series of shorter videos, but due to popular demand, I'm now presenting it as a single 4-hour-long video. The series was recorded with Blender 4, but it also works perfectly in Blender 5. If anything is not clear, just drop a comment. Enjoy the course. If you're trying to rig a character and getting nowhere, or you simply don't enjoy the process of setting up constraints and drivers, Rigify may be just what you're looking for. Hi and welcome to the new and updated Rigify course by CGDive. This course aims to teach you how to use Rigify properly and unleash the full potential of this auto-rigging system. Here is what you'll learn over the next couple of lessons. We'll start by gaining a solid understanding of Blender armatures. We'll then quickly learn how to rig humans from simple to complex using a pre-built meta rig. Then we'll rig a quadruped using another type of pre-built armature. And finally, we'll dive deeper and discover how we can create our own custom meta rigs with Rigify so that you can rig any character no matter how complex or strange it is. This is the second version of this course. The previous installment was a huge success with thousands of students, but it was recorded with Blender 2.8, whereas the stable version of Blender right now is 4.0. The interface changes have become significant, and that's why I'm making this updated version so that even beginners can learn Rigify easily. Rigify is a free, modular, auto-rigging system for Blender. Free means free of charge. The add-on even comes pre-packaged with Blender. Auto-rigging means that instead of you having to painstakingly set up constraints and drivers, a production-ready rig is generated for you with a click of a button. Modular means that you get access to components such as a spine, a head, a leg, an arm, even a complex tentacle and a whole face rig, and you can assemble these any way you like. This can be a mind-blowing realization for some people. When you activate Rigify, and we'll do that in a second, you will get access to a human rig and some animals. But these are just quick presets. As you'll see very soon, you can build your own rigs by combining the Rigify components, and this way you can rig almost anything with ease. Believe it or not, Rigify download is a popular search on Google, and there are malicious websites that claim to offer a Rigify download. Don't get scammed. Rigify is free and already included in Blender. All you need is the latest version of Blender, which you can get by going to blender.org and clicking on downloads. I'll assume that you can install the software yourself because this course is not for complete beginners. At the very least, you should know how to navigate in the 3D viewport, create objects, and move them around. If you don't, please make the donut first and then come back here. Ideally, you should have some basic knowledge of Blender armatures, but if not, the next chapter will be a crash course in Blender armatures, so we'll take care of the basics. And let me quickly mention CGDive Academy. This is CGDive's dedicated course website where you can find my advanced courses and bonus content. And right now you can also get early access to the Rigify Fundamentals in Blender 4.0 course. The Rigify Fundamentals will be a free course on YouTube, and I'll even make it free here on Academy. However, during the initial release, from December 2023 until sometime in January 2024, the course will be in early access and you will have to pay for it as much as $3.99. It is a ridiculous price for the amount of content you're getting. So you can get it as a single course, or you can click here and get a monthly or yearly subscription to CGDive Academy, which will give you access to all content, including the early access to Rigify Fundamentals in Blender 4. As you can see, a lot of the content is already available as early access, so you can start watching right now. The chapters that say coming soon, I'm already recording and editing, so they are coming very soon, within a week or so. Of course, you can wait for the YouTube release. I'll be releasing the videos every couple of days, maybe once per week. My goal is to strike a balance between providing high quality free content for everyone, but also rewarding my biggest supporters. And again, if you're watching this around the end of January 2024, then all of this content here will be free. And I recommend watching it here because you have easy access to downloads. You can ask me questions and you can expect that I'll reply. On YouTube, I get way too many comments and questions, so replying to everyone is no longer possible. If you're a CG Dive supporter or you decide to become one, then thank you. I really appreciate it. If you want to go ahead and enable Rigify, just go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, search for Rigify, and place a check mark next to the add-on. Close the preferences, and now Rigify is enabled. We won't practice much in this chapter. I'll just give you a quick overview of where you can find the main Rigify features once you activate the add-on. If you press Shift A and go to Armature, you'll see Human Meta Rig, then Animals, which expands into a couple of different animals, and then Basic, which gives you a basic human and basic quadruped. Before installing Rigify, you will only see single bone here. I'll create a basic human meta rig. Now, if I go to this tab, which is actually Object Data Properties, but most people call it the Armature tab, and so do I. So if I go to the Armature tab, you will see the Rigify panel with the big Generate Rig button. Before I click on it, notice the new bone collections that we have in Blender 4.0. There are many small and gradual interface changes and new features that happened after I recorded the previous course, but this is the huge one. This changes how we work with our rigs quite a lot, and it was one of the main motivations to make this new installment of the course. If I press Generate Rig, you'll see that we get something very complex. If I go to pose mode, I can start moving these controls here. So this is our production ready rig that Rigify generated for us. It may seem complex and even intimidating, but don't worry, by the end of this course, you'll know how these controls work. But generating a rig that is exactly this size is not very useful. Your character may be very small or much bigger, with different proportions, and so on. So if I unhide my meta rig again, select it and go to edit mode, I can just grab some of these bones and change the proportions of this rig and generate again. And you'll see that my generated rig adapted to these changes. Here I activate the deformation bones. This is just to clearly show the structure of the rig. I can go back to the meta rig, edit mode, tweak it some more, generate, and the changes will be reflected in the generated rig. I can even duplicate this whole arm and do something crazy like parenting it to the leg and generate. And now we have a character with an arm attached to its leg. So these are the things that make Rigify very attractive. Not only can you generate a complex rig quickly, but you can also adapt it to your character with a lot of freedom. Now, there are some limitations, of course. The individual components are predefined and they work in a certain way. If I go to the meta rig and go to the bone tab, at first you won't see anything Rigify related, but if you go to pose mode and select the first leg bone or the first arm bone, you will see a Rigify type. I'll explain exactly how this works in later chapters, but for now keep in mind that this is one area which allows us to tweak how the Rigify rigs work a little bit. I don't want to go any deeper than that in this chapter. We'll uncover these areas of Rigify one by one as we practice. Before we move on to the next chapter, here is important information about some interface changes. For the most part, I use default settings, but I have enabled a special add-on which displays mouse clicks and keyboard shortcuts for you. So you'll be able to see what I'm clicking and pressing. If I go to Edit Preferences again, of course, we'll enable Rigify, and in navigation, I enable Orbit Around Selection, Depth, and Zoom to Mouse Position. These are not mandatory, I just like these settings. Especially if you're new to Blender, do not tweak them. You will learn what they do over time. Then in System, I increase the undo steps to the maximum of 256. If your PC is not too slow, you should do this so that you can undo as many steps as possible. And finally, under Key Map, I enable Tab for Pie Menu and Extra Shading Pie Menu items. These are settings that I cannot live without. They make my workflow much faster. Here is what they do. Tap for Pie menu enables a Pie menu when I press Tab. And that allows me to go to Object Mode, Pose Mode, or Edit Mode for armatures very quickly. I'm mentioning this because sometimes it is really quick and you may not notice it, like this. When I change the mode, it will be reflected over here in the interface, so you can always see which mode I'm in. When I press Z, my Pie menu looks like this. So wireframe, solid, material preview, and rendered do exactly the same as these 4 buttons over here. Toggle X-ray is the same as pressing this button here. And toggle overlays is the same as pressing this button. So again, I can switch viewport settings very quickly, but if you get lost, always look at these icons here and you'll know my exact settings. With that, we are ready to move on and learn about Blender armatures. In this second part of the Rigify course for Blender 4, we'll learn the basics of Blender bones and armatures, and even manually rig a simple character. We'll learn how to create bones, adjust their positions, parent them, we'll learn about edit mode and pose mode, and even some basic constraints. If you already know this stuff, it is okay to skip this lesson. But if Rigify rigs automatically, why are we doing this? Well, Rigify is based on Blender's armatures, so knowing some basics is essential. And the truth that many people don't want to hear is that even when using Rigify, fundamental rigging knowledge is important. I'm actually considering making a beginner's course in manual rigging. It is just an idea for now, but stay subscribed and you will hear about it. Or even better, join my Academy website on academy.cgdive.com, where you can get access to all of my content. Right now, you can get early access to the full Rigify Fundamentals course for the symbolic price of $3.99, and in early 2024, the course will actually become completely free. So check out academy.cgdive.com. That is also where you can download start files if you want to follow along with me in this course. Now, in Blender 4.0, we'll start exploring armatures. But before that, let's create a couple of mesh objects. Shift-A, Mesh, and create 3 objects that you like. And position them something like this. Now, if I select my cone and shift select the sphere becomes active and I can press Ctrl P and set parent to object. Now, if I only select the sphere and move it around, you'll see the cone moving with it. This is parenting. This will be an important concept to understand when working with bones, so I want to cover it quickly. Now, if I select the sphere and then shift select the cube and again press Ctrl P and object, then both the sphere and the cone are children of the cube. Technically, the sphere is a child and the cone is a grandchild of the cube and a child of the sphere. When objects are parented, the child moves with the parent, and that also applies to rotation and scale. This should be enough. I'll delete this, then press Shift-A, Armature, and create a single bone. Armatures in Blender are a special type of object which contains bones. Just like mesh objects contain vertices and faces, armatures contain bones. Also similar to mesh objects, armatures have modes. They have object mode, edit mode, and a special pose mode. We create our basic armature in edit mode, and we pose and animate it in pose mode. So let's go to edit mode, and again I'm using this Pie menu. I'll go to edit mode, and if I click on this bone, I can select it and press G to move it around, R to rotate it, and S to scale it. The bone has 2 spheres on each end, and it's important to remember that the one at the thick end is called head, and the one on the other side is called tail. In edit mode, you can select one of these ends of the bone and also press G to move it, and reposition your bone that way. Of course, you can also use the move gizmo and rotate and scale, but I'll generally use the shortcuts. If you want to create another bone, you can press Shift-A, and that will create another bone within this same armature. I can move it, press Shift-A, and create one more bone. Another way to create additional bones is to select the tail of a bone and press E and extrude a bone. Now these two bones are connected, and we'll talk about this in a second. Yet another way, you can select a bone, right click and choose subdivide, and that will create more connected bones. Now if I select this single bone and shift select this last bone of this chain and press Ctrl P, again the same shortcut that we used in object mode to parent the meshes, this will allow me to parent two bones. And we can choose between keep offset and connected. If I choose keep offset, you'll see a line indicating the parenting, but the child bone will stay exactly as it is. If I do this again, press Ctrl P, and because I already parented with keep offset, it will be grayed out, so now I can choose connected, and that will parent the selected bone to the active bone and also connect it to it. So when we extrude or subdivide bones, we automatically create bones that are parented and connected to the previous bone. Now I'll parent this bone to this bone with keep offset, and if I try to move or rotate this bone, you'll see that the child doesn't seem to react to it. That is because we are in edit mode. In edit mode, we set up the default position for the bones, so parenting is only indicated by this relationship line here. But if I switch to pose mode and rotate this bone, you'll see the child moving with it. If I rotate this bone, the whole chain will move. So now parenting works exactly as you would expect it. And if I try to move this bone, which is parented with offset to this one, I can actually move it. But if I try to move this one, which is parented and connected to the previous bone, if I press G, it will rotate instead of moving. That is because connected parenting does not allow it to move, so Blender does the next best thing, which I guess is rotation. Now, if I switch back to edit mode, you'll see that the bones are no longer in their posed position. In edit mode, the bones are always in the default position, which in technical terms is called rest position. In pose mode, the bones will be in their posed position. If I select all bones with A, go to pose, clear transform all, the bones will snap back to their default or rest position. Now there is no difference between edit mode and pose mode. So these are the absolute basics of armatures. Let's move to a practical example. And we'll be rigging this relatively simple mannequin character. You can get it from the resources section on CG Dive Academy, where you can also watch the course, as I said before, and I recommend it. You can also use your own custom character if you like. I'll press Shift A, Armature, and choose Single Bone, and go to Edit Mode. And I want this first bone to become the spine of the character, so I'll press G and then Z to move this bone up, but the bone will get lost within the body of the character. To avoid this, we can go to the Armature modifier, Viewport Display, and enable in front. This will always display bones on top of other objects, but personally what I like to do is to disable this and enable X-ray here, which I can toggle with my extended shading options. Then I'll switch to side view and scale this bone and position it at the bottom of the spine and the end of the bone at the end of the spine. Then select the bone, right click and subdivide, and then expand these options, and number of cuts I'll set to 2. So I'll have 3 bones. You can have a spine with 4 bones as well, that's okay, but here we'll go with 3 bones. Then grab the connections between these bones and align them a little bit in the center of the body. Make sure that you stay in side view. If you're in perspective, you may move these bones around and misalign them. In side view, it's easier to keep things neat. Now select the tail of the last spine bone and press E to extrude another bone for the neck and once more E for the head. We haven't talked about bone names. If I select this bone and go to the bone tab, you'll see its name. It is called bone. The next bone is called bone 002 and the next one 001. So they are all over the place and that will get confusing as your rig becomes more complex. You can name the bones any way that makes sense to you. I'll name this one spine 1. This one will be spine 2. spine 3, neck, and finally I'll name the head. And actually, if I select the head bone and press F2, this will allow me to rename this bone right in the 3D viewport, which can be very handy. And the name of the bone was changed. Then I'll create a new bone, press G and X and move it a little bit to the side. From the side view, rotate it and scale it, and then align it with the thigh of the character. With this end selected, press E and extrude another bone down to the ankle. E again and extrude to the toes, and E again and extrude to the end of the toes. Let's look from the front view and make sure that the bones are aligned from the front view as well. And finally, look through the perspective view as well. From the side view, make sure that there is a little bit of an angle to the knee. Do not make the leg too straight, and definitely not inverted in the other direction. And name the bones. This one will be the thigh. And because we have two symmetrical legs on the left and right side, there is a special naming convention for the left and right side, and that is .L. And this will allow us to symmetrize the armature later, so do not skip this step. This bone will be the shin .L. Then foot .L and toe .L. The spine is in the center, it won't get symmetrized, so it doesn't need the L suffix. Now I need another bone. New bones appear where the 3D cursor is located, so if I want to make the shoulder bone, I can shift and right click around here and place the 3D cursor and then press Shift A. And then I want to scale down this bone. When working with bones, I like to switch to individual origins. Now the bone will be scaled down from its head. I'll orient it from the front view and then push it inside the volume of the shoulder of the character. From here, I can press E to extrude another bone for the arm, but now let's say that I changed my mind and I don't want to extrude this bone anymore, and I right-click to cancel. It will seem like I canceled the whole extrusion, but that is not the case. If I now press G, you'll see the bone is still there. So a new bone was created, and only the positioning of this new bone was cancelled. It is little things like this that can really throw you off when you're a beginner, and that is why I advocate learning the basics. Now I can delete this bone, and let's say that instead of extruding, I want to duplicate this bone to get a new bone. That is another possibility, and then I'll align it with the wrist of the character, select it, subdivide it, and align it with the elbow. Select this part and press E to extrude another bone. So we are just practicing different ways of creating bones. Always check your bones from multiple views. So for example, from the top view, I'll need to move this elbow to around here and the whole hand to around here. And this should go a little bit deeper into the body of the character. These bone positions are extremely important for achieving good deformations, but since we are just practicing the basics here, we won't worry too much about it. Let's name our bones. Shoulder .L, upper arm .L, lower arm .L, and hand .L. Now if I switch to pose mode and try rotating some bones around, connected bones behave as we would expect, but other bones are just disconnected. So we have to take care of this. This is simple parenting. Go back to edit mode, select your upper arm, shift select the shoulder and press Ctrl P, keep offset. Select the shoulder, shift select the next spine bone, Ctrl P, keep offset. Select the thigh, shift select the base spine, Control P, keep offset. Now in pose mode, this bone moves the whole armature. The shoulder rotates with the spine, arm rotates with the shoulder, and so on. Now back to edit mode. I can select all of these bones, right click, and choose symmetrize. And that will symmetrize the bones that had the .l suffix on the other side of the character. And that just saved us a lot of work. If I select one of the bones on the right side, you'll see that its name also changed automatically to .r. So the symmetrize function does all of this for us. In fact, if I go to pose mode now, you'll see that even the parenting was adjusted accordingly. So this is our basic armature. Let me press Shift S and cursor to world origin to move the 3D cursor back here. And then I can go to object mode, select the character, and shift select the armature. And this order is very important. The armature has to be active. Then we press Ctrl P, which is the shortcut for parenting. And now because we have selected a mesh and an armature, we have some special parenting options. And one of them is with automatic weights. I'll select it, select my armature, and go to pose mode. And now if I rotate this bone, you'll see that the mesh moves with it. So effectively we made this armature deform the mesh. Automatic weights is one of these features that beginners love because it's very easy, it's just one click, and when it works like magic. The problem is that with more complex characters it may not work. I have a separate video all about how to fix it when it doesn't work, but ideally you should learn about something called weight painting. The mesh is actually connected to the bones with something called weights. I can show it visually really quickly without explaining. This red color means that this part of the mesh is controlled by this bone. I'm going to introduce weight painting a little bit later in the series. Let's keep it light and simple for now. But we are going to dig a little bit deeper into the bone setup. Let's go back to the armature, pose mode, and try to move this spine bone. You'll see that I'm moving the whole character. And if I wanted the character to squat, I would have to push it down, then reposition the legs. And it is very difficult to animate this way. So select all bones, go to pose, clear transform, all. And we'll learn about inverse kinematics. This will help us solve this problem that we just saw. And inverse kinematics is something that you absolutely need to know about when learning to rig. Let's go to edit mode. Select this connection here, press E and then Y to extrude this bone straight in the Y direction. And then to set up IK, IK is short for inverse kinematics, we have to go to pose mode. I'll select the shin of the character and I'll go to the bone constraints tab. Bone constraints and not regular constraints up here. In bone constraints, I can click on add bone constraint and find inverse kinematics. And in here, I can start setting up the target and pole target and so on, but there is a better way. I'll delete this, select this new bone, which I extruded, and actually I can press F2 and name it leg ik.l. Then shift select the shin of the character, press Ctrl Shift C and choose inverse kinematics. And that will add the constraint, but also set up the target bone to be the first selected bone. So that is a little nice shortcut. Now if I try to move this IK bone, it will just rotate awkwardly. And that is because it is parented and connected to the shin. Let's go to edit mode, press Alt P, and just disconnect the bone. This will keep the parenting, but allow the bone to be disconnected. Then back to pose mode. If I try to move this, first of all, I'm moving the whole character. And also there is this weird jittering in the armature. Well, the jittering is really bad. This is a cyclic dependency. Because of the IK constraint, this IK bone is affecting the shin. But because it is parented to the shin is affecting the bone. And that is a cyclic dependency. And Blender doesn't like this at all. So we have to go to edit mode, select this bone and Alt-P and actually clear the parent. So I kind of made you make a mistake on purpose. Sorry about that, but it is really important to experience these problems and to know how to solve them. And I think this will help you appreciate Rigify, because with Rigify, you won't have to deal with these kind of problems at all. Now back to pose mode, if I move this bone, there will be no more jittering. To improve the behavior of the IK, I can select the shin bone and set the chain length to 2. 2 means that the IK will only affect the first 2 bones in the chain, so the shin and the thigh. Whereas the default of 0 means no limit at all, so it will affect the whole character. Now moving this IK bone naturally moves the leg, and if I move the spine, you'll see the character bending its knee, which is exactly what we wanted. The character's foot is sinking through the ground. I'll give you a quick solution for that. Select the foot, go to edit mode, press Alt-P, clear parent, go back to pose mode, select the shin, shift select the foot, press Ctrl-Shift-C and choose copy location, and that is another constraint which will make the foot always stick to the shin, but without being parented to it. The foot jumped to the knee of the character. That is because we are currently copying the location of the head of the bone. If I just slide this all the way down to 1, which means we are following the tail of the bone, then the foot will go to its normal position. Now if I move this body down, the character will squat and the foot will stay on the ground. To prevent this leg from bending sideways, I can select the shin, go to the Bone tab, Inverse Kinematics, and lock IK, Y, and Z. Now the knee won't bend sideways. If you select your shin, switch to rotation mode and local orientation, you'll see that the natural rotation of the knee is on the X-axis. And that is why I locked Y and Z and kept X unlocked. So now you should have a working IK mechanism. Before we move forward, it's important to become aware that even though the whole rig consists of bones, some of them actually deform the character and some don't. In this case, the only bone that doesn't deform the character is the IK bone. It's just a control. So in the Bone tab, find the deform option and turn it off. When you rig manually, you always have to keep in mind which bone is deforming and which not. Currently this is not a problem because we already applied weights to the character. But if I go to object mode, select the mesh, shift select the armature, Ctrl P and choose automatic weights, I won't do it, but if I did it, the IK bone will also become a deforming bone. And that is not what I want. So in pose mode, Bone tab, make sure that the deform option is disabled. Then go to edit mode, select the IK bone, shift select the shin bone and the foot bone. Right click and symmetrize. The IK bone was symmetrized, but that's not all. If I go to pose mode, you'll see that the IK and this copy location constraint was also symmetrized. So if you make some changes to one side of the rig, you can just select the bones in edit mode and symmetrize them, and additional properties such as constraints will also be symmetrized. So now we have this wonderful squatting behavior, we have IK controls, and there is a lot we can still do. If you feel adventurous, you can add finger bones, we can make the arm IK as well, it is the exact same process as the leg. Although working with non-IK arms is a lot more reasonable than legs. By the way, the opposite of IK is FK or forward kinematics. Now we can do some rig organization. If we go to the armature tab, we have our bone collections, which is this new big feature in Blender 4.0. Bone collections work very similarly to object collections. Currently, all of my bones are on this single collection called bones. If I click on this eye icon here, they will become invisible. So I'll double click this collection and name it spine. And then I'll press the plus button to create a new collection and name it arm.l, for example. and I'll create a couple more collections for each part of my rig. Now to assign bones to a specific collection, I can select these bones that I want to assign, press M, and choose my collection. Let's assign the right arm bones, M, and choose arm.r. All of the left leg bones, M, and choose leg.l. Same on the right side. Now actually I'll delete the head collection, select my neck and head, press M, and choose new collection and name it head. So this is another way to create a new layer and at the same time assign bones to it in one go. Now clicking this eye icon will only hide and unhide the bones that belong to that particular collection. Another way to make your rig easier to work with is to add custom shapes. So I'll go to object mode, Shift A, mesh, and create a circle. You can create all kinds of interesting shapes for your rigs, but here I'll just use a single circle and you'll see how it will make our rig much easier to work with. So back to the rig, pose mode, I'll select the IK control, go to the bone tab, viewport display, find custom object, and choose the circle. And my IK control will become this circular object. The behavior is exactly the same, it is just a visual thing. You can click on the top scale value, drag down, and then drag to the side to scale this widget up or down. Holding shift will make the scaling slower. Again, I can go to edit mode, right click, symmetrize, go back to pose mode, and I'll have the exact same thing on the other side. Then I'll select the spine and choose the same circle as a shape and give it a rotation of 90 on the X and maybe move it a little bit on the Y. And I'll do the exact same thing for the other spine bones. And even the neck bone and the head. The head bone works well as this halo looking thing at the top of the head. Let's do something similar for all other bones. This is looking good, so I'll select all arm bones and the shoulder bone, edit mode, right click, symmetrize, go back to pose mode, and everything is set up. Now I can disable X-ray, and this is a little bit weird. I also have to go to object mode and disable X-ray again. And now in pose mode, you'll see that I no longer see through the mesh, but I can still select the exact controls that I want to select. And this leads to a very minimal rig. You can still pose your character, but you can also clearly see it. This rig is in a good shape now. It's simple yet quite usable. But let's do some adjustments and we'll learn additional rigging techniques. Now, if I want to control the upper leg or the knee of the character, I have to enable X-ray, select the thigh bone, and rotate it. If you double tap R, it may be easier to rotate it. But there is another way to orient the knee, which is considered the most traditional way. So let's select all bones and go to Pose, Clear, Transform All to reset our rig. Then in Edit mode, again enable X-ray, select the knee of the character, go to Side View, press E, Y, and extrude a bone on the Y-axis. Select this bone and press Alt-P and Clear Parent. Move it away from the knee on the Y-axis and give it a good distance, something like this. Press F2 and rename it to IK pole.L. So this will be the so-called pole target, which orients the direction of the IK chain. So in pose mode, select the shin, go to the bone constraints, and let's set up the pole target. If I press here, I will first have to select my armature. When I do, another field will become available. So the target field will let you select an object, and if that object is an armature, then you'll be able to select a bone within that armature. So click in the bone field and look for the pole bone. Your leg will flip. This is normal and can be fixed using the pole angle. Most likely you will need a value of 90 or minus 90 degrees. And it looks okay. But if I disable the IK constraint using this eye icon, you may see a very slight movement of the leg. And that's not a huge problem, but you can tweak this number slightly until there is no difference between IK on and IK off. So a value of minus 89.3 did it for me. And now moving this pole bone orients the knee. Something else you could do, right now, if I select the foot bone, I can rotate it and control the foot this way. However, if I go to edit mode, select my foot bone, shift select the IK, and press Ctrl P, keep offset. In pose mode, I can move the IK and then rotate it, and that will rotate the foot. And that makes my rig controls simpler. And simplicity is a good thing. Also, the IK is currently independent from the IK, and that can be a good thing, but if you want to, you can try to parent this pole to the IK control. Now moving the IK and rotating it controls the whole leg. Some people may like this, some may not, so which one you like is up to you. Pressing Alt-G, Alt-R will reset the position and rotation of a specific control. Now I'm happy with this setup, so I'll go to edit mode, select my shin, IK, foot, and pole target, right click and symmetrize, and I'll have the exact same setup on the other leg. By the way, these pole bones are not deforming bones, so do you remember what we need to do? I have to go to the bone tab and disable the deform option. Most rigs also have a root bone, that is a bone that will move all of the other bones. So let's go to edit mode, make sure the 3D cursor is in the center of the world. If it's not, Shift S, cursor to world origin, press Shift A to create a new bone, name it root. From the side view, grab the end of the bone, enable snapping with these snapping options, and move the bone so that it's flat on the ground, and disable snapping. Now I'll parent all bones that are not parented to other bones to the root bone. So the hips and the IK bones should be parented to the root bone. By the way, if I enable this X option here, that will automatically mirror any changes that I make to one side to the other side, as long as both sides already exist. So now if I just press Ctrl P, keep offset, you'll see that the right bone was also parented to the root, even though it wasn't selected. Also with this option on, if I just move anything on the left side, it will move on the right side at the same time. So now in pose mode, I can move this root and it moves the whole character. I'm going to give it a custom object, the same circle. And I guess I could give the same circle to the pole targets. Or if I go to object mode and select this circle, I'll move it to the side, Shift D and duplicate it, and then in edit mode, select all vertices, Shift D, and then press R, X, 90 on the numpad, and then once more, Shift D, cancel the movement, R, Z, 90, and this will give me this spherical shape. Then I'll rename it F2 sphere. Go to my rig and apply the sphere as the custom shape. Go to edit mode, right click, symmetrize, and I'll have the same on the other side. Now I can disable X-ray in object mode. And I have this very clean rig. We can clean up the armature even more. Let's enable X-ray again and select these bones. These leg bones will not be used in animation, so I don't need to see them. I can select them, press M, new collection, and let's call it something like hidden. Press OK, go to the armature tab, find my hidden collection, and disable the eye icon. The toe is still usable, so I'll give it a custom object, circle. I'm going to squash it a little bit on the y-axis like this. Edit mode, right-click, symmetrize. As a finishing touch, I'm going to give colors to these bones. This is also something that changed in Blender 4. We used to have so-called bone groups, which were used to assign colors. Now colors are a bone property. So if I have a bone selected in pose mode and go to the bone tab, just above the custom shape, we have these bone colors, and I'm only going to set the pose bone color. So let's say that I want all bones on the left side to be red, right side blue, and all central bones yellow. I'll select all of my left bones, or left controls, choose the red theme color, and then press this button, and that will copy this color to all selected controls. Select the bones on the right side, give them a blue color, and copy the colors. Then all bones in the center, pick the yellow color and copy. And for the root, we can choose a special color like pink. So again, this is a nice rig. It's simple but usable. There is a ton of things that we can improve upon it. But if you finish this exercise as a beginner, you should congratulate yourself, and you can be sure that you probably know more about rigging than most of Blender users. Rigging can be really esoteric, and most people just don't know much. This will be a solid foundation from which we can proceed with learning about auto rigging with Rigify. So see you in the next lesson. Welcome to part 3 of the Rigify Fundamentals course in Blender 4.0. In this part, we'll finally get to use Rigify. After the last exercise in manual rigging, this one should feel easy and be much faster to complete. But speed is not essential right now. Take your time, learn the fundamentals, and that will make everything you do in the future much easier. In fact, you may want to do each exercise twice or even 3 times until everything makes perfect sense. In this chapter, we'll rig this same guy from the last session, but using Rigify this time. You can use the same file from the resources section on Academy. Come and join Academy, and you can watch this same video without ads and distractions. I'm also more likely to reply to questions on Academy, so see you there. If you didn't enable Rigify in chapter 1, go to Edit, Preferences, Add-ons, type Rigify here, and if this checkbox is disabled, enable it. You can save your preferences here, close the window, and done. Now you can press Shift-A, Armature, and we can use a meta rig. Our character is humanoid, and we have a human meta rig here, so most people will just go ahead and choose this rig, but the human meta rig is actually quite complex. There are many things that can go wrong with it, so for this first Rigify session, we'll go with the basic human rig. So I'll move it to the side and also create the complex human meta rig. The big differences between these two are in the hands. The complex human actually has fingers, and it also has a face. And we will use the complex rig in the very next session. But let's start slow, and we'll use the simple one for this lesson. I'll press Ctrl Z and undo until this state, enable X-ray, and because the meta rig is a little bit bigger than my character, I can press S to scale it. However, if you expand the N panel, you can just press N and look under Item, you'll see that scale has the value of 0.9. This is not good, this can create problems, so I'll press Ctrl A and apply Scale. If you happen to move your character in space, you can also press Alt G and that will move it back in the center of the world. And similar, if you have any rotation to it, you can press Alt-R. So you want location of 0, 0, 0, rotation also 0, and scale of 1, 1, 1. And the finer adjustments of this rig have to be done in edit mode. So let's go to edit mode. Enable this X option, which you should know from the previous lesson. And now when I move a bone on the left side, the right side will be adjusted automatically. Also, if I tweak the right side, left side is tweaked. Now let's start adjusting the bones. I'll go to front view, select the whole left leg, including this little bone down here, press G and X, and align the bones with the actual leg of the character. In side view, I'll tweak the knee a little bit. Again, it is extremely important to keep a little bit of an angle in the knee, and definitely don't let it bend backwards. I'll align this with the ankle. You can enable wireframe to see things better. In the toe bone, I'll align with the toes. This bone here is quite important. It creates a certain functionality in the rig, and it needs to be positioned exactly at the heel of the character. And it will allow you to raise the foot of the character from the heel. From the front view, scale it up or down so that it is about as wide as the foot of the character. This connection between the bones, which represents the ankle, needs to be inside the volume of the foot, so something like this. But the leg is starting to look good. Again, bone positions are very important. You should use anatomy images to help you decide where to place the bones. But we are still keeping it light, so just do your best and it should be fine, and you can always make improvements later on. Let's align the arm now. I'll place this end of the bone around here, this at the elbow, and this is the wrist, and the end of the hand. I'll make it a little bit longer because we don't have any fingers in this rig. Then from the top view, move the whole bone a little bit on the y-axis. Make sure that this is aligned with the elbow. The shoulder bone, I'm going to squash a little bit on the y-axis to make it a little bit straighter. This can be achieved, of course, by just moving the head and tail of the bone. And I'll place it like this inside the volume of the shoulder area of the character. This is sometimes called a collarbone, so you may align it with the actual collarbone of the character, but placing it inside the volume actually works better in most cases. These here are special breastbones. You can also delete them, but we'll just use this rig as it is. So I'll place these bones something like this. Next, I want to work on the spine, and the legs get in the way, so I can select them and press H to hide them. Now I'll box select over the start of the spine. It consists of a couple of bones, so I want to select everything and move it in the center of the body of the character. Do not adjust the neck connection yet. We'll come back to it in a second. I may want to move these bones back a little bit. These bones can also be safely deleted if you don't want them. They are supposed to help with the automatic weights when we apply them later. I'll just keep them and align them like this. Okay, now we come to the spine. And here is something that you should always keep in mind when working with Rigify. If I select the neck of the character, I can move it and disconnect it from the spine. If you do this, you will get an error and your rig will not generate. I'll show it to you in a second. So now I'll right click to cancel the movement, and my neck bone and spine bone will still be overlapping and connected. So now to avoid any errors, I can just box select over this area and align these two bones as if they were connected. I'll keep aligning the neck. This is the head bone, and so the head, or the beginning of the head bone, will become the pivot point around which the head rotates. Right? If I go to pose mode, this bone rotates around this point. So a placement like this is good in my opinion. Let's adjust the neck a little bit. And we are actually done aligning this skeleton. I'll press Alt-H to unhide these bones. And I can go to the Armature tab and press the Generate Rig button. And a rig was generated for us. So now if I select the character and shift select this new rig, not the simple meta rig that we tweaked until now, but the newly generated rig, press Ctrl P and choose with automatic weights, then this can be the end of this lesson. I'll disable X-ray, go to pose mode, and move some of these controls. And the character is controlled by this amazing new armature that Rigify made for me. And we'll come back to the rig, but I want to make you aware of a very important feature of Rigify, which is that you can keep tweaking the rig after generation. You have to go back to your meta rig, edit mode, and you can keep adjusting the positions of these bones. For example, let's say that the shoulder didn't move quite as I like it, so I'll move this a little bit, rescale the shoulder a little bit, move the knee slightly, and the Rigify button now says regenerate. So if I press this, the rig will be reset and these changes that I made will be reflected in the final rig. These changes were very subtle, so let's go back to the meta rig and make something more drastic. Actually, I'll undo, disable X here, and only make this arm longer, and generate. And here is how the rig adapted to these changes. And the cool thing is, everything still works. Of course, because of the difference in rotation points, now things are a little bit weird, but it is amazing how forgiving the regeneration process is. These changes were just for demonstration. I'll undo. Another important point that I want to cover is the most common problem that you can experience with this rig. I'll press / to isolate the meta rig, edit mode, and earlier I told you that you shouldn't disconnect the end of the spine and the neck. But let's say that you didn't pay attention, or maybe you just disconnected them by accident. Here is how you can snap them back together. Switch snapping to vertex. Select the one end that you want to snap to the other, move it, hold Control, and it will snap to the nearest point. Or, if I disconnect it again and enable the snapping, then I don't need to hold Control, I just need to move the bone until it snaps. And then disable snapping again. Yet another way, select the end of the spine, press Shift S, cursor to select it, and that will place the cursor over here. Select this end, and press Shift S, selection to cursor, and that will snap it as well. Personally, I like vertex snapping. Okay, so a quick demonstration. If I disconnect this, go out of local mode and try to regenerate, we'll get this very common error which says bone position is disjoint. So undo, snap your bones, and regenerate, and the rig will generate correctly. Now we've generated the rig, we've parented with automatic weights. If you haven't, select the mesh, shift select the generated rig, Control P, automatic weights. To use the rig, go to pose mode, and by default, both arms and legs will be in IK mode. To rotate the knee, you can use this widget here and double tap R and rotate it, or in N panel item, under rig main properties, you can press toggle pole, and that will give you this traditional pole target that we also set up manually in the previous session. If you want to switch arms to FK mode, select one of the arm widgets and slide this IK FK slider to 1, and now you're in FK mode. I'll switch back to IK. You have this main torso control, which will move the whole torso. A hips control, which controls the butt of the character. Chest control, which rotates the upper body. Shoulder controls, neck, head, and individual spine controls. If I enable X-ray, I even have these tweak controls, which I can move and bend the limbs for cartoony effects. The rig has many more options and controls, but this will be enough as an intro. And again, I would like you to take a moment and appreciate what we got in such a short time. This rig was much faster to create, yet it has a lot more features. In fact, you may have no idea how to create most of these features manually. So that is the power of auto rigging. It is fast, it is efficient. So I hope you're starting to enjoy the course, and I think we are ready to rig a complex human character in the next chapter. In chapter 4 of the Rigify Fundamentals course, you'll learn how to rig a full human model with fingers and a face. This is one of the most common rigging tasks. Rigify is designed to help us solve this problem, but the process is not entirely gotcha-free. So I'll try to show you some of the most common problems and how to solve them. I trust that you did the exercise from the previous chapter and you know how to rig a character with the basic human rig. And we'll focus on the fingers and especially the face. So let's get into it. I downloaded this model from Sketchfab. It was created by Pixel Monster, and I really appreciate that they made this model CC attribution so that we can use it for the tutorial. So you can download this model from Sketchfab, but you can also download my slightly tweaked version from the Academy resources files. And as always, please check out Academy. You'll be able to watch this course for free there as well. You can get additional resources, and you can also subscribe to get access to all of my content or buy individual courses, whatever you prefer. Hope to see you there. Let's do a quick model check. It's important to make sure that the model is facing front, so if you switch to the front view, you should see the face of the character. Ideally, the character should be in real size or real world scale. Here I can verify that with my measure tool. If I select an object and go to item, scale and rotation should be applied. Applied scale is 1, 1, 1, and applied rotation is all 0. Location of 0, 0, 0 is also good, although having the origin point in the middle of the object is also acceptable. So if I right click, set origin, origin to geometry, this is also not wrong. But let's undo, and I'll have location at 0, 0, 0. This character is not perfectly symmetrical, but regardless, we want to have it in the center of the world. So the center of the body is almost exactly where this blue Z-axis line extends. Try to have the legs straight and pointing forward, so not at an angle, and also the feet ideally should point forward, if possible. The arms can be in T-pose, like here, or A-pose, which means slightly slanting down at around 45 degrees. The hand should also be in a somewhat neutral pose, although it is hard to define what it is, but keep the fingers straight or very slightly bent. Also, the palm of the hand usually faces down. Having it face forward also kind of makes sense, but the convention seems to be palm down. The face should also be neutral and expressionless. So with this out of the way, we can start rigging. So I'll press Shift A, Armature, and this time choose the human meta rig, which is the complex meta rig with a face. As previously, I want to enable X-ray to see my bones through the mesh, but that doesn't work in material preview, so I'll switch to solid view. Then let's scale this meta rig in object mode until it roughly fits the model, and of course press Ctrl A and apply the scale so that we have a scale of 1, 1, 1. Then go to edit mode and I'll start aligning the legs from the front view. This is exactly the same as with the simple model, so select the whole leg, enable X symmetry, move the leg on the X-axis. I'll rotate it very slightly. So I'm manipulating the whole leg with G, R, and S. What I'm trying to avoid is moving the knee in the X-axis, because we want to keep these bones as straight as possible from the front view. A little bit of bending is fine, but too much will create unnatural bending of the knee. From the side view, I'll align this point here with the ankle, this with the toes, and this with the knee. Again, I'm keeping the knee slightly bent, not straight and not pointing backwards. Placing this point roughly where it anatomically would be in the human skeleton should give you reasonable results. Let's work on the arms next, and I'm going to give you a little pro tip here. Usually we work with the meta rig in edit mode, but sometimes pose mode can be useful. So if I go to pose mode, enable X symmetry because it is separate from edit mode, and now I can rotate this arm and very easily align it with the pose of the character. I can even scale it. I will select all fingers, switch to individual origins, which is my default mode when working with rigs in general, and rotate the fingers to straighten them a little bit, and also align the thumb bones with the thumb mesh. So it doesn't have to be perfect, something like this. And now if I switch to edit mode, the bones will go back to their default position. So I'll switch back to pose mode, press Ctrl A and apply pose as rest pose. And now edit mode and pose mode will have the same pose. So that is just a little pro tip, which saves you a little bit of time when aligning certain parts of the mesh. Although in general you should work in edit mode. So I'll keep aligning and refining these positions. Now the shoulder bone, I'm going to move up a little bit and move it deeper into the volume of the body. So this is not exactly anatomically correct, but because the shoulder is quite a complex area, this seems to be one of the most efficient bone placements that you can use. The breastbones, I'll position roughly. Actually, let's delete the breastbone. It is not essential, and we'll do some weight painting in the chest area anyway, which will make these breastbones irrelevant, unless you have a female character or another type of character that may require an animated breastbone, then this bone can be deleted. Next, I'll work on the spine, and let's hide the legs. I'm placing the spine roughly in the center of the body. That seems to produce good results in general. And when moving the end of the spine and beginning of the neck, don't forget to box select over this part and move the neck and end of the spine as one unit. Let's work on neck and head quickly. The point of rotation for the head is somewhere below the ear. I'll press Alt-H to unhide the thigh bones, and we are done with the basic bone alignments. Now we'll focus on the more complex ones, such as the fingers and face. Now let's tackle the fingers. I'll go to top view, and here is my favorite way to align the fingers. Switch snapping to volume, select one end of a bone, press G to move, and then hold Ctrl, and this point will snap inside the volume of the character. So here these 4 bones are palm bones, and disconnecting them from the fingers is okay. This is a little bit of a problem with Rigify, that until you really get used to it, you're not sure which parts you can disconnect and which not. The fingers are fine. So I'll do something like we did before. I'll go to pose mode and roughly rotate and position these bones to align them a little bit better with the actual hand and fingers. And then I'll press Ctrl A, apply pose as rest pose, and then go back to edit mode to make my fine adjustments. When aligning the fingers, here is what you need to do. You need to keep the bones straight from the top view and slightly curled from the side view. I'll start using the volume snapping technique that I just explained. So select one end of a bone, hold Control and snap it into the volume of the hand. And I'll keep doing this for all of these points. So grab this one, hold Control and snap it. And here, because this is the knuckle, this is a very common mistake that people make. Don't push it too far into the fingers. The actual knuckle is around here, basically below the finger. Then I'll grab the next point, hold Control and snap it around here. I'm using the wireframe to help me determine where the knuckles would be. Next one like this. And then align the end of the finger with the end of the mesh finger. And I'm trying to keep this finger as straight as possible. I'll do this for the rest of the fingers. So I'll disable wireframe and see how all of my fingers are inside the volume of the mesh. I'll undo really quickly to show you what we had before the volume snapping. Right, we had this, and then after volume snapping, we have this. And again, I want the fingers to have a slight curve from the side view. So let's isolate. And I'll just grab the end of the fingers and move them down a little bit. And maybe these middle fingers or the middle phalanges and push them down very slightly. And that will create this curve that I'm talking about. Now, because I have a T-pose, so the hand is very straight from the top view, it was quite easy to align these fingers. If you have an A-pose, the hand will be at an awkward angle, and it may be a little bit harder to align these bones. In this case, you should do it from perspective view. So, for example, for the thumb, I can do basically the same thing. In perspective mode, use the volume snapping technique and snap the position of the bones inside the volume of the mesh. So here again, for the thumb, I'm making a little bit of a curve, which will help this thumb bend naturally. And when using the perspective view, make sure that you look at it from different angles. So here I need to tweak it a little bit to make the thumb straight from this view. But this is looking great now. And if I look on the other side, because I used X symmetry, things are pretty much aligned for me. You may have to check if your character is not perfectly symmetrical. You may have to do some tweaks here. But it is looking good. And one last tip here. If you want to make sure that the fingers are completely straight from the top view, you can select all of the fingers and I'll shift select the first phalange to make it active. Switch my orientation to normal, enable the scale tool, and pivot point to active element. And then if I scale on the X and press 0, that will completely straighten the finger on this axis. I'll do that for the other fingers as well. Okay, perfect. Let's move on to the face. This face rig has existed in Blender and Rigify for quite a while, but it received a major update in Blender 3. And I'm not just mentioning this as a fun fact. This is important to understand, but I will come back to it when we generate the rig. Now let's start aligning the face bones. I'm in edit mode now. I think I can do the pose mode technique again. So I'll go to pose mode and select this bone inside the head bone, right? If you have trouble selecting it, select the head bone and then click again and it should select the face bone. Now I can get the move tool, switch to global orientation and move this bone, which will move the entire face structure. And I'll only move it on the Z axis and Y axis, never on X, because that will break the symmetry. Right, so I'll move it a little bit down to align with the mouth and then maybe scale it down a little bit. And once it starts to look good, I'll press Ctrl A, apply pose as rest pose. So again, it's okay to tweak things in pose mode, but always apply pose as rest pose at the end. Similarly, in object mode, it is okay to scale your rig in object mode, but once you're done, always press Ctrl A and apply the scale. If you don't apply the scale or the pose, you may get problems such as your generated rig being a different size than your meta rig or being in a different pose. So if you get such problems, check your meta rig and make sure everything is applied. Now I can start aligning the face bones. So I'll go to edit mode, and my favorite approach, my favorite workflow is to first go to the side view and align these central bones. So just select them and move them. So the chin bone should be aligned something like this. Then I'll zoom in on the mouth and place these bones roughly to align them with the lips. We'll do more adjustments later. This here, where a couple of bones connect, is the tip of the nose. So place it at the tip of the nose, and I'll push this bone a little bit back and then align the rest of the bones. This should be the bottom of the nose. And this bone extends towards the mouth. Now, speaking of connected bones, it is extremely important to never disconnect any bones in the face rig. And there are a lot of bones that you can disconnect. Here around the mouth, you can disconnect bones. In here, you have bones that should be connected, but you can disconnect them. So if there are any overlapping bones, always box select over their connection and move them like that. Never move them individually. And that will save you so much trouble. There are so many different errors that people get. Mouth is disconnected, brow is disconnected. It's always the same problem. So box select over these parts and move them as one. Same as spine and neck, right? Once you have this central line aligned with your mesh, you can pretty much keep going and align things as you see fit. I'll start from these forehead bones. The end of these bones should go roughly to the hairline. And my favorite way to align these bones is to use face snapping this time. So face snapping, and again, move the bone, hold Control, and it will snap on the surface of the face. Then I can go to the brows, and let's select the head bone and hide it with H. And then box select over this connection. Remember, these bones should always stay connected. And then again, hold Control and move the bone. I can switch to material preview here, and I want to align these bones exactly with the brow of the character. So this in the middle of the brow and this at the edge of the brow. Because I have plenty of experience, I know that I have a connection of bones here, so I just box select and move them. But I accidentally selected another bone, which I didn't want to select. So stay in solid mode with X-ray so that you can be sure what you're doing. So this connection of bones should be away from the edge of the eye, something like this. Then let's do the eyes as well. This is the inner edge of the eye. And then I'll just keep aligning the lower lid, holding Control. And then here's the outer edge of the eye. Actually, let's align the lower lid first. And now the outer edge, I have to box select and align it with this edge of the eye. Now here is another pro tip. When aligning these bones, you should look from the front view and try to align these dots between the upper lid and lower lid in straight lines. I mean that right now we have something like this, but it should be more like this. So I'll select this connection here and move it a little bit to the right, or this one to the left. Okay, this should work. Now these bones here need to be placed between the brow and the upper eyelid. So something like this, and then I'll snap them to the surface. Next, these are the nostrils. They go to the side of the nose, something like this. The side of the nose. This point below the eye. This point you should place somewhere at the cheek, and it will allow you to create a cheek puff. Then here we have connection of bones for the edge of the mouth. I'll disable X-ray for a second and align these bones. Now again, I may want to view the texture. And I generally align these bones in the middle of the lip and not at the edges. And then box select over this connection and move it down on the Z-axis in the middle of the lip. And same here. So I'm not sure how, but I think I disconnected these lips, but that's good. We'll probably get an error and I'll show you how to fix it. Now let's align the ear. You can press L to select connected bones. And from the side view, I'll align them with the ear and then use face snapping. Now this defines the end of the chin of the character. And then these bones are very important. This should go somewhere here at the edge of the jaw. And this bone will define the rotation of the jaw, the pivot point of the jaw. So it is extremely important. You have to kind of imagine what the jaw looks like. So I would say that this should be around here. I could be wrong and we can go back and fix it. But this is something to really pay attention to. And then finally align this and I'll place it around here. Now this is starting to look really good. If I look from the side view, there are these two bones. If you pay attention to their names, they're called teeth. So teeth B is the bottom teeth. I'll just align it roughly with the teeth that I see through the mesh. I can even hide this main mesh and see my teeth meshes a little bit better. And align. And then teeth.t, which is the top teeth, I'll align with the top teeth. Okay, now I have these tongue bones. So the tongue is around here, but to see it exactly, I can hide the top teeth and I have them as a separate mesh. If you need to separate something into another mesh, just select vertices, press P and choose selection, and that will make it into a separate mesh. Hide it, and now I can see the tongue. So in the meta rig, I'll go to edit mode, and this is the tip of the tongue. And this is the end of the tongue. Okay. I'll go to object mode and unhide all meshes. I noticed that I forgot something. So I'll select the meta rig and zoom in on the foot. And this bone here should be as wide as the foot. This is something that I showed in the previous video. So now I'll fix it quickly while feeling embarrassed. Okay, something like this. Go to object mode. And with that, the basic alignment of the bones is done. Well done, let's try to generate it. Now I can go to the Armature tab and I can generate the rig, but above it, you'll see a button saying Upgrade Face Rig. And what the heck is that, right? Well, this has to do with this update of the face rig in 3.0. And to understand this update, it will be useful to understand the so-called rig types. I mentioned them very briefly in the first intro video, but if I go to pose mode and select this upper arm bone and go to the bone tab, there is this Rigify type field. So if you wondered how does Rigify generate the complex rig from the simple meta rig, this is how. These Rigify types tell Rigify what to generate. So this is the arm, and the Rigify type is attached to the upper arm. On the lower arm and hand we have nothing, but because this is a connected chain of bones, Rigify knows what to do with them. That is why you shouldn't try to change these chain of bones. I know the double knee and double elbow joint is a very popular trick, but it doesn't work with Rigify, at least not out of the box. So this thigh bone holds the Rigify type for the leg. The leg is slightly interesting because it has this additional heel bone, so it's not just a chain of bones. But again, do not try to change this structure. Do not try to insert bones and so on. And the first spine bone holds the basic spine rig type and so on. So we'll learn how these work a little bit later in the course. But for now, the main thing that I want to point out is that the Rigify type for the face is in this additional face bone, which we didn't have to align. It is just the parent of all of the other face bones. So here we have faces, superface, and until Blender 3, the face was a single rig type, which is exactly what you see here. After Blender 3, they created new rig types, which can be combined to create a face rig. And they called it a modular face system. So right now we still have the old face. If I go to the Armature tab, I can actually generate this rig, and it will generate the old face. If you like the old face, you can use it. But we are going to try to use the new one, and to do that, you have to press the Upgrade Face Rig button, and then confirm. And additional bones were created, but what is more, if I select this lip bone, for example, and go to the Bone tab, we now have rig types within the face bones. And that makes the face more modular. You can actually create your own faces, which is quite advanced. I'm thinking of making an advanced course about that. So the main thing to understand is that you should align these bones that you get by default, and then press the Upgrade Face Rig button to convert your face rig to the new system. Once you convert it, you cannot go back to the old one. So if you need to make any changes, you can do it, but again, go to Edit Mode and always follow this rule to never disconnect bones. So if you need to adjust this position, box select and move everything as a single unit. If you follow this rule, you can still make edits to your face rig. And speaking of edits, there is actually one more thing that I need to fix. The eye bone wasn't placed correctly. The eye requires special attention. So let's go to Object Mode, select the eye object, isolate it, go to Edit Mode, and Alt-click to select this edge in the middle of the eye. Then press Shift-S, cursor to select it, and that will place the 3D cursor in the center of the eye. Sometimes you may have half an eye, something like this. So regardless, you should imagine the full eye and place the 3D cursor in the center of the full eye. Now go out of local mode, select your meta rig, Edit Mode, select the eye bone, the whole eye bone, Shift-S, selection to cursor, and that will snap this bone exactly in the middle of the eye. Then with individual origins, I'll scale it down to be about as big as the eye. And now we are actually ready to generate. Let's press the Generate Rig button. And we got an error. Mouth corner counts differ. So the errors are not easy to understand, but if we just undo, this is exactly the problem that I anticipated. These lips are disconnected. So what you can do is select one of the ends and under item set the head X value to 0. So I could switch to vertex snapping, select one of these bones and snap them. I'll go to local mode and then snap them to this additional bone that I have. And it still seems to be a little bit off. So let's box select over this area here and select all of these bone ends. Switch to bounding box center, press S and then press 0 on the numpad, and that will snap all of them at the same position. And I'll do the same over here at the upper lip. Back to object mode, go out of local mode, try to generate, and it was successful. So I could try to edit such problems out of the video and make the tutorial flow nicer, but seeing these problems in action is actually quite a good thing in my opinion, so I'm leaving it in the video. With the rig generated, I now want to apply weights. My character is split into separate meshes, and some of them, such as the eyes, teeth, and tongue, do not react well to automatic weights. So I'm going to hide them. Left eyeball, right eyeball, teeth. And I'll also hide the meta rig. And I'll try to use auto weights on everything else. So select the generated rig to make it active and then box select over the visible meshes. That way the generated rig is active and everything else is selected. Then Ctrl P and choose automatic weights. Once it is done, I'll select my rig, go to pose mode and move the rig around just to test if auto weighting worked more or less as expected. As your characters get more and more complex, there is a higher and higher chance that automatic weights won't work. If after automatic weights your mesh doesn't move with the rig, that means that automatic weights failed. There will be a warning at the bottom of Blender's interface saying bone heat weighting, blah 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 blah. So I have a separate video all about this problem. I'm trying to make this course as self-contained as possible, but this is a very important and somewhat complex problem. You will encounter it sooner or later, but when you do, just watch the video and you'll know how to solve it. So in this case, auto-weighting worked, but it is not perfect. Notice this deformation when I lowered the arm. This is hideous and it needs to be fixed, and the only way to fix this is to use weight painting. By the way, if we had kept this breastbone that I personally deleted, this problem would have been less noticeable, but weight painting is very important. Many people think of rigging as creating the rig, the IK and so on, but weight painting is also an essential part of the process. So here is a crash course. First, with the armature selected, go to the armature tab, bone collections, and scroll all the way down and find the DEF collection and unhide it. If I enable X-ray, you'll see these additional bones, and if I switch to pose mode, they are green. These are your deforming bones. They actually move and deform the mesh, and everything else is a user interface that controls these deforming bones. For weight painting, go to object mode, shift select the mesh that you want to weight paint. This order is important, and then go to weight paint mode. Now you can alt click on deforming bones, and that will display a heat map showing how much the selected bone is affecting the mesh. Red means high influence, green is about 50%, and blue is 0. Light blue is a low value like 0.1, 0.2, and so on. I can also alt-click on control bones and move them in this mode. So I can still control my rig while weight painting. So I want to fix this area here, which is mostly controlled by the upper arm, the chest bone, maybe the next chest bone as well, and maybe a little bit by the shoulder as well. If you go to Tool, you'll find some settings for weight painting, and one of the most important ones, which you should enable right away, is under Options, Auto Normalize. Auto Normalize is useful because, as you can see, some of the areas of influence between the bones overlap. When you enable Auto Normalize, that automatically balances the weights as you paint. So if I paint some weights for the chest, it will subtract them from the arm, and vice versa. Another important setting is under Symmetry. If your mesh is actually symmetrical, you should enable Mirror Vertex Groups and the X option here. And if it's not symmetrical, then disable both of them. I'll try to enable them and see what happens. Then you want to reduce your strength to something like 0.1 or 0.15. With that, I'm ready to paint. I have the chest selected. If I just click in this area, it will start adding weights. And as I said, that will also subtract the weights from the influence of the arm bone. Now, even though I have these symmetry settings enabled, the influence that appears on the other side looks weird, which means that my mesh is not perfectly symmetrical. This is something else that you may have to realize and live with. A lot of meshes are not really symmetrical, and you will have to paint both sides of the mesh. It is not as bad as it sounds. So let's disable symmetry settings, and then I can paint all the way across, creating something like a tank top pattern for this upper bone. So now I'm painting positive weights. If I want to subtract weights, I can control and click, and that will reduce the influence here. I'm going to paint it back. And if I shift and click, that will blur the weights, which is also very useful. Now I can test the deformation again, and you'll see that it's a lot better. It's not as ugly and soft as before, but still I think the upper arm is affecting too much of the body. So I'm going to move the arm away again because it is hard to paint when it's close to the body. Alt-click on the arm bone. Increase the strength. By the way, by pressing F, I can control the size of my brush. And then I can control-click on the body. And I want to subtract all influence of the arm from this lower part of the body. It just doesn't make sense for the upper arm to affect these areas. Also on the back. Here under the weight painting options, you can enable 0 weights active. This is very useful. It will show fully 0 weights as black, and very low values will be in this dark blue. So now I'm finding it impossible to remove these areas here. So I have to switch to the add brush. I'm not sure why, but the add brush, if I control click, I'll be able to fully remove these influences. This is not essential because these values are very low, but it is good practice. Let's test the deformation again. I'll alt click on the IK control. And by the way, this pink color means that I have selected a non-deforming bones, which doesn't have any influence on the mesh. So it's not something that you need to worry about. Now, if I test the deformation, it is quite a lot better. Maybe I can alt click on this bone and smooth these weights just under the arm. And then remove some. So this is starting to look quite a lot better. It can be improved, and it's all about adding and removing weights from adjacent bones. It is not difficult, it is just time consuming. Here I think I assigned weights to this button to the arm bone. So let's go back to weight paint mode, alt click on the spine bone, and trying to paint this button. Actually, I'll undo, set my strength to 1 and just click on it. And it's almost done. I can enable vertex selection here, Alt A to deselect everything, and press L over the button to only select it, and that will limit what I can paint to the selected vertices. Now I can just keep clicking and assign full influence to this button. So vertex selection in weight painting is another advanced technique. So again, weight painting is part of the rigging process. Do not underestimate it and do not try to rush it. So to fix the weight painting in other areas of the character, it's more of the same. Move the rig. Notice any problems. And weight paint. Smooth. Try adding and removing influence from other bones, and so on. Now let's focus on the face. Automatic weights generally do a surprisingly good job on weight painting the face automatically. If I try to open the mouth by rotating this widget here, you'll see that it mostly works. If I go to weight paint mode, if I select the rig, shift select the character, go to weight paint mode, and alt click this head bone, you'll see that the head doesn't have much influence on the face. In fact, it has none, which is great. This is more or less what you want. You can paint some more weights here so that the head bone fully influences the skull of the character, all the way to the hairline. Do not affect the ears too much though. But other than that, if I click on the face bones, you'll see they affect the actual face. But if you notice any issues in the deformation of the face, it is the same process. Paint and blur weights back and forth between nearby bones. That's all there is to it, it just takes time. One thing I will cover explicitly though is the deformation of the eyelids. They are always problematic. Here is what the automatic deformation looks like. And so to improve it, I'll go to the mesh and go to edit mode. Select this vertex here in the center of the upper lid and press Ctrl and plus on the numpad to expand the selection. And select the whole of the upper eyelid and press Shift H. Then go to the rig, pose mode, and select all bones of the upper lid and also these intermediate bones between the eyelid and the brow. And also shift select this eyelid control here and press Shift H. Then select the armature, shift select the mesh and go to weight paint mode. And now we are in this isolated mode, which will make weight painting this area a lot easier. If all vertices were visible, it is very common to paint weights on the lower lid, which is not desirable. So now I can just alt click this bone and paint some weights on it. Then this one and paint some weights. This one, paint some weights, paint some weights. Then I can enable wireframe and enable one of these bones above the eyelid, and then shift click to blur the weights a little bit. Otherwise the lid bones pull too much on these vertices here. So this is one of the purposes of these bones here, to make the closing of the eye a little bit more natural. So I'm mostly smoothing weights here. Here we still have some zigzag pattern. It's kind of weird, but I found that if I paint some weights lightly in this area for the outer bone, it tends to fix this. And then also here. So it makes sense to paint weights for these inner bones, but really what solves the problem is painting for the outer bone. I'm not sure why. But yeah, now it's looking quite smooth. Now I'm going to select the armature and shift select the eyelashes, which weren't weight painted at all. I think automatic weights failed, and so I'll go to weight paint mode, select the bone and paint. You can also again go to edit mode and select all of these vertices, press Ctrl L, and then Shift H to hide anything that is not selected, and then go to weight paint mode this way, and that will isolate the upper eyelashes. So now I just have to paint, and as soon as I paint, because the bones are not in the default position, the eyelashes will jump to the position of the bones. Now it's just a matter of painting back and forth to smooth the weights. Or you can Alt, Shift, and click on the bones to select all of them, and then go to Weights, Smooth, and choose Selected Pose Bones, and increase the iterations, and that is basically smoothing the weights between these four bones. So now this is looking quite good. And this is exactly what you would do for the lower lid, and also if you have to, on the other side of the mesh. Next, I'm going to assign weights to the eyes, teeth, and tongue, and you'll see how having them as separate objects makes our lives very easy. I'll unhide the objects, select them, I'll hide the meta rig, and I can even select them here in the outliner, and then Control click on the rig. And let's go to pose mode and press Alt H. It's not essential, but I'm going to want to use these bones, so I am unhiding them. Now in object mode, with the object selected and the rig active, press Ctrl P, and this time choose empty groups. Empty groups does almost the same as automatic weights, except that it doesn't assign any weights. But if I select this eye here and go to data properties, you'll see that it has vertex groups for all deforming bones. Now if I go to edit mode, select all vertices of this eye, and look for my eye vertex groups. And just in case you applied automatic weights to your eye, you can go to this triangle here and remove from all groups. This will clear any vertex groups on your eye vertices. And this is the left eye, so I'm going to highlight the DEFI.L. Ignore the master and iris for now. Make sure weight is 1 and click assign. We can do the exact same thing for the other eye. Edit mode, select all vertices, find eye.R and assign. I can do the same for the top teeth. Edit mode, select all vertices. I can isolate here to see what I'm doing. And search for teeth. Highlight teeth.T. T stands for top, and I'll click assign. Now it is slightly more complicated with the lower teeth. I'll isolate them because the tongue is connected to the teeth. So go to edit mode, select a vertex at the tip of the tongue and press Ctrl+ to expand this selection until most of the tongue is covered. So you can also press C to select vertices with this circle tool. So I'm going to want something like this. And then I'll press Ctrl+I to invert the selection and basically select the teeth. Highlight teeth.b and press Assign. Then I'm going to press H to hide these vertices. And then select the vertex here to highlight it, and then press A to select all other vertices. Then go out of local mode, select the rig, go to pose mode, and find and select the tongue bones. Actually, before that, I'm going to select this jaw and press Alt-R to reset the rotation. Okay, now select the tongue bones. Shift-H, hide the face, hide the top teeth, select the rig, only the tongue bones are visible now. Shift-select the bottom teeth, go to weight paint mode. Make sure that all tongue bones are selected. If they're not, you can Alt-click and then Shift-Alt and click to add bones to the selection. And then enable vertex selection. All vertices should be selected. If they're not, press A to select them. And then go to Weights, Assign Automatic from Bones. This is the exact same thing as applying automatic weights, but this way we are limiting the effect of automatic weights only to the selected bones and only on the selected vertices. I'll disable vertex selection and then Alt-click on the bones and you'll see they influence the tongue now. And press Alt-H and I can smooth the weights by shift and clicking here for this last bone. And this may create a smoother transition for the tongue. Okay, now I'll go to object mode, press Alt and H to unhide everything. For my rig, go to pose mode, press Alt and H. And now if I open the jaw, and let's hide the deformation bones for a second. Enable material preview and disable wireframe. And you'll see how opening the jaw is affecting the teeth and the tongue. And if I select this widget inside the mouth, which is the tongue control, you'll see how I can control it by moving and rotating it. Also, if I enable X-ray here, there's this control which actually controls the bottom teeth. You won't be using this much in a realistic character, but for cartoony ones it can be useful. And here we have the same for the top teeth. So you can kind of adjust them. Here when I move the teeth, I can see a little bit of an effect on the skin of the character. So let's enable the EF bones. Shift select the character, go to weight paint mode. Alt click on the teeth bones and I have to press Alt H to unhide the character. And this light blue color means that the teeth have some influence on the skin. So just Control and click and paint it out. And let's see if the bottom teeth also affect the skin. So Control and click and paint it out. The tongue seems fine. And also there is a problem with the jaw affecting the color of the character. So select the rig. I'll hide the meta rig and shift select the shirt. Go to weight paint mode. Alt click on this jawbone. Increase the strength of your brush and then control click here to paint out any influence. Under advanced, front faces only is probably enabled for you. If you disable it, you may be able to paint or remove the weights easier. And check all of the bones in this area. This one also seems to affect the color, so paint it out. And same on the other side. These bones on the chin also seem to affect it. Okay, this is looking good now. Now there is no effect on the color. And while I'm here, if I rotate the head, you'll see that the color clips into itself. So select the first neck bone, reduce the strength, and paint positive weights very lightly. I'll reduce it even more. and very lightly paint in this area. I can disable overlays, and that will enable me to see things better. And just paint, and the color will start to reveal itself. Okay. Okay, now I'm really done with the weight painting for this tutorial. You should keep weight painting until everything looks good, but for the sake of the tutorial, it's kind of pointless. It's just a lot of clicking that doesn't teach you anything. Well done. This rig should be working now. The legs, arms, and body work exactly the same way as in the simple human meta rig. We already covered that in the previous video. You still have your IK and FK. But now we also have fingers. You have these green controls for the fingers, which you can move individually. But we also have these special finger controls, which when rotated, rotate the whole finger, and if scaled, they bend the whole finger. This is something that you may not be able to guess if someone didn't specifically teach you. So there we go. I can select multiple of these controls, switch to individual origins and just scale them, and that will bend all of the fingers. And also rotate them and very quickly establish a basic fist. This here is a control for the palm of the hand, and it's meant to be used very, very slightly and in a subtle manner. If you rotate it too much, you get this, which is weird. It's just meant to give a little bit of a boost to fist poses and such. And that's it for the fingers. Now let's look at the face. I'll hide the deformation bones. I think the face controls are fairly self-evident. This is the jaw control, and you can open the jaw with it. You can also rotate it sideways. You can even move it. Then we have this eye control, and the eyes will follow it. We have a big nose control, mostly for cartoony effects. Also big eye control. And this mouth control, which can do really cool stuff like this. But other than that, we have these dots all over the skin of the face, and we just move them, and that will affect the skin near this control point. Oh, we also have ear controls. Looks like the ear is still affecting the shirt, but you should know how to fix that by now. Now let me point out some problems that you may experience with this rig. One of the main weaknesses is the mouth and jaw. If I open the jaw, you won't get a nice expression out of the box. Usually you will have to tweak these mouth corners a little bit to make the pose a little bit more natural. If the jaw is really weird, one of the main things that you should try to fix is the position or the pivot point of the jaw. So if I hide the meta rig and isolate it, after upgrading the rig, the pivot point of the jaw is this here. This is the jawbone, and moving this point will control the pivot point of the jaw. So you can try moving it a little bit, generating the rig and seeing what kind of effect that produces. But in my case, I think that is not the main problem. Also, if I try to move the mouth controls, I find it kind of difficult to create, let's say, a smile that is not creepy. For the eyes target control is really small and really close to the eyes. I don't like this, and I'll show you how to fix it. And another problem that you may see here is that you have this really nice deformation of the eyelids as the eyes rotate. But if I move the eyes up, and let me hide the eyelashes because they're not fully painted. But if I move the eyes up, you see how the lower eyelids deform a little bit too much. You can improve this by reducing the eyelids follow option to around 0.3 for both eyes. However, the problem with this is that when you regenerate the rig, this setting will be reset to 1. So I'll show you a more permanent solution. And another problem is If I open the jaw and start moving this corner of the mouth, this part of the chin often gets distorted really badly, and this has to do with the bendy bones that I reused. Also, scaling this control bone at the corner creates a crease at the mouth, which can be nice, but at the same time it also scales the lips, which I don't want. So I'll go back to the meta rig and tweak some settings. I'll go to edit mode and let's isolate. I'll select the eye bone, make sure I'm in individual origins and X is enabled here, and scale up the eye bone. This will affect the size and distance of the eye target. Also, in pose mode under bone, Rigify type, I'm going to reduce the Z follow option to around 0.3. This will take care of the cartoony deformation of the eyelids when the eyes move around. Then on the jaw, you can set bottom lip influence to 0.9. So I believe this will fix the mouth and jaw deformations a little bit. Then select one of the inner mouth bones and then shift select the remaining 3, so all 4. And for Rigify options, I remove this spherical fall off. I set this setting to 0.4 and remove X, Y, and Z scale. I'll only leave the ease option. Now I only change the settings for the active bone. Rigify has a special operator to copy properties. Go to the Rigify menu here and choose copy only parameters. And now if I look at my other bones, you'll see that they're set up exactly the same way as the active one. Okay, and finally, select this bone here and set B-bone segments to 1. I told you that I didn't like this deformation that I get here, and that should fix it. Same on the other side. And by the way, you can also generate from this menu here. You don't have to go to the Armature tab. Now, you'll see that this eye target is larger and farther away from the eyes. If you want it even farther, you can make the eye bones in the meta rig even bigger. Here, these individual eye controls, eye targets, look a little bit off. So go back to the meta rig, Armature tab, go to the advanced settings of Rigify and enable override widget meshes and regenerate. And that will take care of the eye target. It will look as it is supposed to now. Now let's hide the meta rig and move the eye target around. And you'll see that the eyelids are still deforming, but a lot less cartoonishly now. If I open the jaw, the mouth should behave a little bit better, although it is very subtle. But I think the mouth controls behave a lot better now. Even though I still find them hard to work with and hard to make really nice mouth expressions, it is possible, but you need to tweak a lot of controls rather than just using a single control. Scaling this control down now will create a crease in the mouth, but it won't scale the lips. And scaling up will make the mouth edge softer. Would you be interested in learning how to add a jacket to this character? This is a very common question, so I covered it in a bonus lesson, which you can watch only on CG Dive Academy. All lessons, including the bonuses, will become completely free around the end of January 2024. Before that, you'll have to pay a small fee of $3.99 to get the course in early access. You can also become a subscriber for just $5.99 a month, which gives you access to all of the content on the site. If you like what I do, this is a great way to support CG Dive and get a lot of exclusive content. Aside from the jacket lesson, there is currently one more bonus lesson, and I may add even more in the future. So check out academy.cgdive.com because you won't see these bonus lessons on YouTube. That's it for this video. If you managed to complete this exercise, then really great job. Keep it up, and in the next session we'll be rigging this good boy here, and we'll be talking more about rigging quadrupeds with Rigify. This is chapter 5 of CG Dive's Rigify course, and we'll be rigging this good boy here, but I'll also try to provide information on rigging other types of quadrupeds, such as a horse, a bear, and so on. We will also set up a face rig for the dog, so I think it will be an interesting lesson. Let's dive in. I got this model on Sketchfab. Big thanks to All of Life for making this model available under the CC attribution license, which we can use for the tutorial. So you can download this model from Sketchfab, or as always you can get my tweaked version from the Academy resource files. I tweaked the model a little bit. I split it into separate meshes, which will make the process a little bit easier. So we have the main body mesh. I'll hide it. I have the eyes, and the original model didn't have eyeballs, so I modeled them. The texture is kind of incomplete, but you'll forgive me for that. We have the upper teeth as a separate object, lower teeth, and whiskers. I also tweaked the mouth shape a little bit. In the original model it was drooping quite a lot, so that can make it hard to rig. I also lifted the ears a little bit. I think that will make them easier to rig and weight paint. And I straightened the tail. Having the tail bent will make it difficult to weight paint. In rigging it is easier to bend something than to unbend it. So with that we can start rigging, and again we'll be using the pre-built meta rigs. So let's press Shift A, Armature, go to Animals, and there isn't a dog meta rig, but we have a wolf, which is similar enough. So create a wolf meta rig, scale it down to about the size of the dog, and as always press Ctrl A and apply the scale. Let's switch to solid shading and enable X-ray. Go to Edit Mode, select all bones, and move them a little bit from the side view in the Y-axis. Actually, I may want to go to Object Mode and scale the rig down a little bit more, and again apply the scale. Then I'll go to Edit Mode and start aligning the bones. So first I want to align the tail, spine, and head. If I place the mouse over a chain of bones and press L, that will select the whole chain. So let's select the tail, spine, and neck and head and press Shift H. This will hide all of the other bones, so that will give me a clearer view and I can start aligning the bones. So this here is the tail, and I can start aligning it. Now I want to align the start of the tail, and I hope you've watched the previous videos and remember that there is a common problem when disconnecting the neck of the character. We have the possibility of the exact same problem in the tail. So do not disconnect the tail from the spine. Box select over here and align these bones in one go. Now I'm going to take care of the connection between the spine and the neck, which is over here. I'll place it around here and then align the rest of the spine. So as in the previous examples, I'm not trying to make the spine anatomically correct. I place it a little bit deeper into the body of the character. Then I'll start moving the neck bones, and this longer bone is the head bone, and the other two bones are neck bones. So this connection here is extremely important. This will become the point of rotation of the dog's head. You should try to find an image showing the anatomy of the animal you're rigging. I'm going to display an image on screen now. And so based on that image, I believe the point of rotation of the head should be around here. Now for this head bone, if you don't intend to rig the face, and I'll show you how to delete the face in a bit, but if you only have a head without a face, you should position this bone something like this. And this will help you with the automatic weights. Although if you don't care about automatic weights, you can also place the bone like this. And because I have a face rig, I'm actually going to position this head bone like this, because then the face bones will be over here and they won't compete with the head bone for the automatic weights. By the way, a slightly random tip: when I move bones with G in the viewport, maybe because of my sausage fingers, but I often press F instead of G, which actually creates a new bone, and that is not good. This can lead to problems when you try to generate, so be mindful of that, and if you press F, you have to undo and make sure that there's no additional bones in your rig. Also, sometimes I press H, which hides the bone. This is less of a problem, but still a little bit annoying. So I'll press Ctrl Z here to unhide it. So this is starting to look okay. So let's press Alt H. And now let's quickly cover what to do if you don't want a face for your quadruped. Select the neck and head bones and press H to hide them, and then just box select over all of these bones. Make sure that everything is selected, including this bone, which is called face, and then press X and delete all bones. I won't do it here, but this is how you can remove all face bones. Also, if I go to object mode, press Shift A and go to the basic meta rigs, we also have a basic quadruped where the head is already removed and also there are no finger bones. So if you have a simpler character, you may want to use this. Let's unhide everything, and next I'm going to focus on aligning the legs. So let's start with the front legs. Let's enable X symmetry, and then I'm going to actually select all leg bones, including this scapula bone or shoulder bone, and this breastbone, and again press Shift H to clean up the view, and that will just make it easier to work. So again, I'll display an image showing the anatomy of the dog. So the shoulder bone, which is actually a scapula, should be positioned like this. Then the rest of the leg I can select and scale down and move into place, and then start positioning the individual points. This is the upper leg for the dog. This is the lower leg and extends down to here. Then we have this bone, which is basically the palm if you compare it to a human. And this is the toes, and I'm going to extend it all the way to here because this becomes a point of rotation in the final rig. So it is important to place it somewhere around here. Then we have these palm and finger bones. I'll position them roughly. And actually, we have to look through the front view and select all bones like this and move them a little bit on the x-axis. Maybe rotate a little bit. As with a human, I'm trying to avoid moving these bones in the x-axis because a little bit of an offset is fine, but if you move it too much, the bending of the leg may become weird. Slight adjustments like this, and then we can focus on the fingers. I can hide some bones here. I think things got a little bit disconnected here. I'll isolate and zoom in on the palm, switch to vertex snapping, and I can move this bone and snap it to the palm bone. And this palm bone, I'll snap to the finger it belongs to. And then I'll select these bones and rotate and move and scale them into place. Check everything from multiple views. This is looking okay to me, but of course you can use the volume snapping technique as we practiced in the previous lesson, and just move the bones and make sure that they're positioned correctly. Don't forget the rule that we established. Finger bones need to be straight from the top view and slightly bent from the side view, which I do by switching to normal orientation and then squashing the bone chain on the x-axis. I'll press Alt H and maybe work a little bit on this breastbone. This is what I call a support bone, it doesn't have much of a function except that it helps when we apply automatic weights. So if you want to reduce the number of bones in your rig, you can delete this and maybe do some additional weight painting. In this case, I guess I'll keep it and place it around here in the chest of the character near the front legs. Let's take care of the lower leg. I'll select the left side, press Shift H to isolate it and position it. And again, let's pay attention to the anatomy. This is the upper leg. This here is the lower leg. This would be considered a foot bone in a human. And this is the toes. So dogs and most other animals walk on their toes. That is why their foot kind of looks inverted, but really it is not inverted, it's just that the foot is raised. Now I'll look from the back view and align the bones. And then I'll hide the main leg and quickly work on the finger and palm bones. It is exactly the same as on the front legs, so I'll speed up the footage here. Okay, looking good. Let's align these pelvis bones, which are support bones just like the breast bones here. The body bones are looking good, so we can focus on the face now. Believe it or not, the face rig of this dog is the exact same face rig as for the human that we rigged in the previous chapter. There are a lot of face bones here and they can be quite messy, so it is a good idea to hide most of the other bones so that they don't get in the way. So select all body bones and hide them. Then in the middle of the face, you'll see this face bone. It's an important bone, but we don't need to align it. Its position doesn't matter, so I'm going to hide it. Then these are the ears. These ears are good for humans and also for pointy ears. For this type of droopy ears, they are not perfect, but we'll make them work. But for now, let's move them a little bit to the side and hide them. Then from the front view, select all of the right side bones. Keep the bones in the middle, but all bones on the right side I want to select and H to hide. Now this is much cleaner and it should be easier to work with. Now from the side view, again, I'm going to try to align all of the bones that are right in the middle. This connection of bones you may recognize as the tip of the nose. So place it like this on the tip of the nose. And this at the end of the nose. And this connection somewhere here at the end of the muzzle. This is the side of the nose. These two bones run along the nose, and this one is below the nose, so between the nose and the mouth. This here is the middle part of the upper lip, so place it like this. This here defines the chin. Do not place this bone too far along the chin, because it will start affecting the body. Something like this is good in my opinion. This is the middle of the lower lip, and let's also align this part of the lower lip and this part of the upper lip. This is the teeth bone, the top teeth, so let's align them roughly and hide the bone. And let's find the lower teeth. Here it is. Align it with the bottom teeth and hide it. Then find the three bones of the tongue and align them Here I can kind of see through the mesh, and I think the tongue looks something like this. Yeah. Now I can also hide the tongue bones. Then grab this connection of many bones, and this is the edge of the mouth, so let's position it at the edge. And then position these bones in a balanced way. These bones here are the eyebrow, as it were, so let's place them a little bit up. So I'm just aligning the bones in the side view, and we'll need to align them again from the perspective view or front view. These 4 bones sit between the eyebrow and the upper eyelid. This is the eye bone and the eyelid bones, so I'll position them roughly. And this is looking good for the side view. I'm going to start snapping the bones now. I will switch to face snapping. And by the way, you may think that these 2 bones are not enough to cover the mouth of the dog because it is much longer than a human mouth, and there are animals with even longer mouths. Now, we can subdivide these bones and add additional bones, but do not do it just yet. This has to be done after we upgrade the rig. We'll get to that, I'm just letting you know that it's possible. So now in perspective view, and with snapping set to face, start selecting connections between bones and then holding control and snapping them on the surface where they belong. Just leave the middle bones alone, right? So this here and all of the nose bones we won't touch. This on the other side I have to snap, then this next, and this connection here. Now let's align these bones with the brow. Dogs do not have brows like humans do, but they kind of do. Next, let's take care of these bones. Just snap them. Just snap them on the surface. Then the actual eye. Then the eyelids. By the way, if you don't like the transparency of X-ray, you can disable it and maybe enable in front on the viewport display. Whatever works for you, but personally I like X-ray. Except when I don't. Okay, now let me select the eye of the dog. Isolate it, go to edit mode and select this middle edge loop. Press Shift S, cursor to select it. Go out of local mode, select my meta rig, select the eye bone, Shift S, selection to cursor. This bone looks quite big for this eye. You may be tempted to make it smaller like this, but that may not be a good idea because as you saw in the previous chapter, this also affects the distance and size of the eyes control. So keep it big like this, and we may even have to make it bigger. But for now, keep it like this. One thing that I want to check really carefully is the position of the jaw. And looking at my reference here, this point, which will become the pivot point of the jaw, should be closer to the eye. Something like this. And then I'll tweak the nearby bones a little bit. Now let's press Alt-H to unhide the remaining bones. And even though the right side was hidden, because I have X-axis mirror enabled, these bones will be already aligned for me. I guess I can move these bones a little bit higher. And now let's see what we can do about the ears. I'm going to go to pose mode and find the top bone for the ears. Top bone means that it moves all of the other bones. So it's this bone. I'm going to place the 3D cursor here on the base of the ear, press Shift S selection to cursor, and then rotate the ear a little bit and scale it up, I guess. Scaling the bones like this looks weird, but trust me, it's okay. Now I'm going to enable X symmetry for pose mode, and then just press G and then R, and that will symmetrize the other side. And now I can press Ctrl A, apply pose as rest pose. And the bones are now uniformly scaled. When I apply the pose as rest pose, all bones scale is normalized, and that is exactly what we want. Now I'll disable in front and go to edit mode and snap these bones here on the surface of the ear. Something like this should work. Now I'll press Alt-H to unhide everything. And this is our basic alignment. Before we generate the final rig, we also want to upgrade the face rig. So if you're sure that your bone alignment is good, press Upgrade Face Rig and confirm. Again, if you need to make tweaks after the update, make sure that you carefully select any connected bones and move them together. Now, a very important tweak that we can do after the upgrade is adding more bones for the mouth and also in other areas, but you have to be careful. Some areas shouldn't be tweaked, some can be tweaked. You should learn about the modular skin types, and when you understand them, you'll know what can be tweaked and what not, and I'll definitely consider making an advanced course about that. But now the lip bones can be subdivided, so I'll select these two lip bones on the edge, right click and subdivide, and for number of cuts here, I'll choose 2. I think having 4 bones for each side of the lip should be enough. Then I'll turn on X-ray and start aligning these bones. So again, I'm in face snapping. I carefully select connected bones, move them and hold Control so that they snap on the surface of the mesh. And now I can actually generate the rig. It generated without errors. If you did have any errors, they are most likely, if I go back to the meta rig, the most likely reasons for errors are the neck. If it is disconnected, you'll get an error. Something like bone position is disjoint. And then you have to switch to vertex snapping and snap these points. Same here. If you disconnect the spine from the tail, just snap it back again and it will generate without problems. And the other possible problem, which may be more difficult to troubleshoot, is the face, but it is the same thing. If any of these bones is disconnected, you'll get errors, but the error will tell you which bone was disconnected. So paying attention to the bone names here, find the bone that is in the error message, and that will be the bone that is disconnected, and you have to connect it again like this. That should take care of about 90% of possible generation issues. Now in object mode, I'll select the main dog mesh, shift select the generated rig, press Ctrl P, and choose with automatic weights. And we got bone heat weighting error. That is the error that I mentioned in the previous chapter. And here it is. It is quite common, so you have to know how to deal with it. Again, I have a separate video showing about 10 different solutions to this problem because different characters react to different troubleshooting. But in this case, here's what you can do. If you start scaling up the rig now, the dog will scale up with it. And so if you press S and then type 100 on the numpad and then enter, the rig will be scaled up 100 times. If I select the dog and shift select the rig, and again parent with automatic weights, it will actually work. So this is one of the solutions. You just make your objects really huge. You have to trust me, it actually worked, but the dog shrunk down to its original size, whereas the rig is still huge. So here's what you do. Select your dog, press Alt-P, clear parent, then select the rig and press Alt-S to reset the scale. Then select the dog, shift select the rig, press Ctrl-P, and choose Armature Deform. Now if I go to pose mode and try to move some of the controls, you'll see that the rig is controlling the mesh. So bone heat weighting problem fixed, we can move on. Let's take a second to check out some of the controls. By default, both legs are in IK mode, and you can move this IK control and control the leg. You can rotate it as well. And here you have an additional control which controls the foot of the dog. And this is the toe control. And in here you will have individual finger controls. It is very similar on the back leg. Move, rotate, then you have this additional control. And of course this controls the orientation of the upper leg. You can press toggle pole here to enable the pole target if you prefer it. I'll disable it now. Then you have the torso control. You have hips and chest. So it is the same spine as in the human. It is just horizontal. Here you can control the clavicle, and it seems to be affecting way too much of the mesh, which is a simple weight painting issue. So now let's move on to the head, hide the meta rig, and this is the jawbone, and rotate it. I can close the mouth. I'll need to tweak some of these additional controls to close the mouth properly. But we are getting really nice deformations out of the box here. So here, these 4 control bones correspond to the 4 bones that we subdivided for each part of the lip. So this is the effect of subdividing these bones. We have this nose control, which is a lot more useful in the dog than in the human, I think. The eyes behave well, but they affect too much of this area. This can be fixed with weights. This is the eye target. Let's enable materials. And we haven't applied weights to the eyes and teeth yet, so let's do that now. Actually, in pose mode, I'll select everything and go to pose, clear transform all to reset my rig. I'll hide the main dog mesh. Select the eyes, upper teeth, lower teeth, and the whiskers. Shift select the rig, press Ctrl P, and choose empty groups. This will connect the meshes and the rig, but will not apply any weights. So just like for the human, I'll go to the eyes, go to edit mode, and I can place the mouse over this eye and press L to select all vertices. Then here under data vertex groups, I will search for eye, find eye.L and click assign. Then Alt A to deselect, L to select the other eye, select IR and assign. Then go to the upper teeth, edit mode, select all vertices, look for teeth, find teeth.T, assign. Then lower teeth, select everything, highlight teeth.B and assign. Now unhide everything, Maybe hide the meta rig. And now the teeth are moving with the jaw. Nice. And also the eyes are moving and looking at the eye target. I think the displacement of the eyelids when the eyes move is again very cartoonish, just like for the human, so I'll try to adjust it. One thing that we haven't handled yet are the whiskers, and we'll try to assign weights using data transfer. So select the whiskers, go to modifiers, click on add modifier, edit, data transfer, and place it above the armature modifier. Use the picker to pick the dog body. Enable vertex data, expand it and enable vertex groups. Click on generate data layers. And now, if I go to the rig and move it, the whiskers are moving with the rig. And if I move some of these parts, you'll see how they quite realistically move with the skin. So I think this was successful. I'll go to object mode, select the whiskers, and apply this modifier. If you do not apply it, things can get weird because it's a live modifier and the weights may change on the fly as you animate your dog. That is not what you want, so apply it and the weights will become permanent. I think things are in a really good shape. Even the ears work quite well. So this is the main control for the ear. We have these additional controls here. I wasn't expecting the ear to work that well. So let's do some weight painting to fix some of the main issues. For example, here the ear is affecting too much of the skull. The eyes can use some work. This shoulder bone as well. And one thing that I want to fix on the meta rig level, let's unhide it and select the eye bone and reduce follow Z to about 0.3 and then go to the other eye and also set it to 0.3 and generate the rig again. Yeah, now the eyelids react a little bit less to the eye movement. I think the weights are simply too strong still, so we can improve this even more with weights work. Let's enable the DEF collection. Select the rig, shift select the mesh and go to weight paint mode. I'll work on the ears first. Alt click on this bone. Enable auto normalize. Symmetry is already enabled. Hopefully it works well. Reduce the strength a little bit. Press F to adjust the brush size. In the weight paint options, enable active under 0 weights. And actually, let's switch to the edge brush. Reduce the strength a little bit and control and click to remove weights from the skull. I'll enable wireframe because it enables me to see things a little bit better, and then shift and click to blur these weights. And for the other ear bones, I'll also control and click to remove the influence. I mean the influence outside of the ear itself. If I alt click on the control and try to rotate it a little bit, things are starting to look good. Let's remove this influence as well. And shift and click to blur a little bit. Oh, here we have a lot of influence. Let's remove it. And blur. Blur a little bit as well. Here I'm toggling the overlays on and off to see what I'm doing better. The pivot of rotation of this ear may not be perfect, so you can go back to the meta rig and adjust the ears a little bit. But I think if I paint some weights for the skull here, for the head bone, it will make it look a little bit better. And then blur a little bit. Yeah, this is looking good. I'll call it done. And symmetry seems to be working, so the other side is also nice. Now let's look at the eyelids. Now these lower eyelids definitely affect too much of the skin below, so control click. And then blur the weights a little bit. The upper lids are not as problematic because we have other bones nearby, so the weights didn't go too far into other parts of the mesh. So I'll just select these and blur the weights a little bit, which basically reduces them. Okay, now the eye movement and eyelid deformations are better. So we can also work a little bit here on the shoulder. It seems to affect way too much of the body. So I think the easiest way to handle this is to just enable the actual shoulder bone and start removing weights by control clicking. And because we have auto normalize, this process will add the weights that we remove to close by bones. I'll reduce the strength by a lot and then control click here a little bit, actually shift and click to smooth. Now smoothing doesn't work because this bone doesn't have any influence at all, so let's add a little bit of influence and then smooth. And now if I select the control, it should be a little bit better. I think we can remove even more influence. Smooth some more. And I guess I'll call this dog rigging session done. Something that I think I forgot to mention is the controls for the tail. So if you go to pose mode, of course you have your individual controls, but you also have this main tail control, which can create a tail wagging effect. And of course you have tweak bones. Almost all Rigify parts have tweak bones, which you can use for cartoony effects, but also sometimes for non-cartoony effects. For example, if I grab this control and press S to scale it very, very lightly, it may give the appearance of breathing. Maybe this one. So that was dog rigging with Rigify, and you can apply this same technique to most other animals. But on top of that, if you just understand a little bit of animal anatomy, specifically the 3 common types of animal legs, you will be able to rig any animal with confidence. That is why I made a bonus chapter all about rigging different quadrupeds. So in this bonus video, you'll get some anatomical theory, and then I'll show you how to rig a horse and a bear with Rigify. The bonus video is only available on academy.cgdive.com. Until the end of January 2024, the course will be in early access, so you will have to pay $3.99 USD to access the course, or you can subscribe for just $5.99 and gain access to all courses. These are great ways to support CG Dive. And then from around February 2024, the course will become completely free. So if you're from the future, just go to academy.cgdive.com and enjoy all of the lessons of this course, including the bonuses, without any commercials, without any distractions. I hope to see you there. In Chapter 6 of CG Dive's Rigify course, you will learn how to create custom Rigify rigs using the so-called rig types. I also call them building blocks or components. And you'll start to understand how Rigify works under the hood. That can be very liberating because you will no longer be limited to the pre-built meta rigs like the human, the animals, and so on. You will see how creating your own meta rigs is actually quite simple. By the way, you can also watch this course on academy.cgdive.com. Until around the end of January 2024, the course is in early access, so you will have to pay a modest fee for it, or you can also subscribe to the entire site, which is also very affordable right now, and that way you can gain access to all of my courses. But from February 2024, the Rigify Fundamentals course will be free on Academy, so I highly recommend that you watch it there for the best viewing experience without ads and distractions. First, we'll need a basic understanding of the Rigify types, and I already mentioned them a couple of times in the previous lessons while using the pre-built meta rigs, so some of you may already understand how they work, but understanding this correctly is vital, so let's cover this again. I'll create a human meta rig, go to pose mode, select the upper arm bone, go to the bone tab, and scroll down to Rigify type. And you'll see that it says rig type limbs arm. So this is what tells Rigify that it should generate an arm exactly here. If I select the first spine bone, it says basic spine. So that's how it knows that for these 4 bones, it needs to create a spine component. But how does Rigify know that it is these 4 bones that are the spine? You know, and not only 2 bones or 3 bones or 5, 6, or even 7 bones up to the head. It is not based on names. You can name your meta rig bones anything you like, and it won't matter. What matters is connected parenting. If I go to edit mode, you'll see that all of these spine bones are parented and connected. Whereas this next bone, which is the neck and head, is not connected. It is parented to the spine, but not connected. So in pose mode, on the first bone of a chain, we have the rig type. So Rigify will look at this rig type and then look at all of the connected bones and try to generate a spine in this case. So that is how 95% of the rig types work. They are just a chain of bones with the rig type in the first bone. There are exceptions, however. For example, the leg is a chain of 4 bones, but it also has this special heel bone, which is parented to the foot bone. So to generate a component, Rigify needs a rig type in the first bone, and then the correct structure in the rest of the bones. Different rig types have different structures. Some may need to be a single bone, some may need to be a connected chain of at least 2 bones, and some, like the leg, may need to have a very precise structure. You will need time and practice to learn all of the rig types. Now let's try to create our first Rigify customization. In this human meta rig, I'll go to edit mode, press Shift A and create a new bone. I'll go to pose mode, select this bone, and give it a rig type. Let's use basic super copy. Basic super copy is a rig type that copies a single bone from the meta rig to the final rig. So this here needs to be a single bone. If it was a connection of bones, we may get an error. Now, if I generate, and I'll upgrade the face rig, it doesn't really matter here, but it makes the generation faster. So now generate rig, hide the meta rig, go to pose mode, and you'll see this new control that we have, and that was generated by this super copy that I created in the meta rig. This is not very useful, so let's go back to the meta rig, edit mode, and I'll place this bone near the hand of the character. Then shift select the hand in the meta rig, press Ctrl P and parent with keep offset. So by using parenting, we can connect components in the meta rig. Now in pose mode, I'll select this bone again, go to the bone tab, and for widget, instead of circle, I'll give it the bone shape. The circle, as you saw, was just a circle as a control of this bone, and the bone shape will create a boxy control around the exact shape of the meta rig bone. Under Armature tab, Advanced, enable Override Widget Meshes. I think this option should be on by default, and then you can regenerate your rig. Now we have this single bone which we can control. It is parented to the arm in the final rig. So this can be some sort of a prop, maybe a sword that your character is holding. Right now this custom bone is called bone. If I go to the meta rig and press F2 and name this bone sword and generate again, then my generated bone will also change its name to sword. So congratulations, you made your first customization of a Rigify rig. That is a small but important step. Now I created this additional bone inside the pre-built meta rig. So you may still think that I'm using some sort of magic inside this meta rig that allows me to add new bones. But that is not the case. Let's start a new Blender scene. An empty scene and create a single bone, just a simple single bone. Go to pose mode, select this bone, go to the bone tab, and give it the super copy rig type again. I'll try to generate and I'll get an error. Don't worry about it. Just go to Bone Collection UI and set UI row to 1. You will learn all about this in the next chapter. For now, just set it to 1 so that we can generate. And as you can see, I was able to generate my own personal rig by just starting from a single bone. It is not a very exciting rig. I just have a root bone and this control for my single bone. If I go back to the meta rig, again, I can go to the bone tab and change the widget shape to, let's say, a gear, regenerate, and it won't show up. So I have to, again, enable override widgets. And here my bone control took the shape of a widget. Or I can change it again to bone, generate, and here is the edited shape. So as you can see, a meta rig is just an armature, a simple Blender armature that has at least one rig type in it. And of course, this rig type also has to be correct. In other words, it has to be something that Rigify recognizes, something that it can generate. For example, if I go to the meta rig, pose mode, select this bone, and in the bone tab, instead of super copy, I change it to arm, limbs.arm, and try to generate. I'll get an error, and the error tells me that the arm needs to be a chain of at least 3 bones. The error is actually not correct. It has to be a chain of exactly 3 bones. Okay, so if we go back to the meta rig, edit mode, Rigify sees the arm rig type here, and it will try to generate an arm, but it is unable to do it because we only have a single bone and it wants 3 bones. The lower arm, and I can extrude a second bone for the upper arm and one more for the hand. Now if I try to generate, it will actually generate correctly. Now you should understand how meta rigs work and how rig types are organized inside the meta rig and how they create the final rig. That is nice, but creating these rig types manually may seem a little bit cumbersome. So we have a solution for that. Go to the meta rig, edit mode, select all bones and delete them. Then under the Armature tab, scroll down to Samples. And this list here contains all of the Rigify rig types. So right here you can find all rig types that are available to you in Rigify. And the cool thing is we have this Add Sample button. And that will add the rig type that you select with the exact structure that it needs. So for example, you can expand this search field and search for spine. and select the basic spine. Make sure that you highlight it and press Add Sample. Now this gives us these 4 bones. If I go to pose mode, select the first bone and go to the bone tab, you'll see that it's already set up as basic spine. Go back to the armature tab, edit mode. The samples are only available in edit mode. Look for leg, highlight the limb's leg and add sample. Then look for an arm, highlight the limb's arm entry, add sample, and I'll align it to look a little bit like a human. Then you can look for head, super head. It will appear exactly at the top of this spine that I created. Then I can select all bones, right click, symmetrize. One thing it kind of lacks is the shoulder bones. So I can just add a new single bone by pressing Shift A, orient it, and position it. Press F2, name it shoulder.L. And again, select everything, right click, symmetrize. I'll enable X symmetry and tweak this arm here. So this here is almost a perfect human meta rig. The only thing that is really missing is the parenting. If I generate the rig, it will work, but the body is moving on its own. It doesn't affect the arms and legs and so on. So let's go back to the meta rig, edit mode, and parent this upper arm to the shoulder to the end of the spine, this neck bone also to the end of the spine, and the thigh to the first bone of the spine. Because of X symmetry, everything should be parented. Let's generate, pose mode. I'll hide the meta rig and enable the deform bones, DEF here. And everything is connected as it should be. So this is how easy it is to create your own meta rigs once you understand how Rigify works. And here is where things start to get fun. I can go to the armature, which is my meta rig. Let's name it actually. And I can start editing this meta rig and turning it into something more interesting. The structure of the legs and the arms is predefined, so you cannot tweak it. And I'm sorry to disappoint the Royal Sky fans, but you cannot have double knees and double elbows with Rigify, at least not easily. So for the arms and legs, all you can do is change their proportions. So I can do something like this. The spine, however, can have as many bones as you want. I think the minimum is 3, but you can go as high as you want. So if I just stretch it out like this, select this bone and right click and subdivide it a couple of times, I can have a long spine, and also neck bones can be as many as you want. The last bone in this structure will become the head, and everything else will be a spine bone. I can also grab these arms here, Shift D and duplicate them, and I have to just reparent them to the closest spine bone, and then generate my rig. And here is this monstrosity that I concocted. When the neck gets longer, you get this additional control in the middle of the neck. These are things that you have to find out little by little by experimenting and playing around with the rig types. To help you start becoming familiar with the rig types, here is a little exercise. Create a new single bone, go to edit mode, delete the default bone, go to the armature tab, expand samples, highlight basic copy chain and click add sample. And that adds a sample of basic super chain in this armature. It's a chain of 3 bones. If I go to pose mode, select the first bone, go to the bone tab, you'll see that the rig type is basic copy chain. And while we are here, let's make sure that we understand the difference between the rig type and the samples. The rig type is what actually tells Rigify to generate this type of a rig, and the samples are just a quick way to create this rig type with the structure that is necessary for it. For example, copy chain needs to be a chain of bones, and that is why we got a chain of 3 bones when we created the copy chain sample. And the rig type is automatically applied. By the way, these rig types are only visible in pose mode. You won't see them in edit mode. On the contrary, in the armature tab, the samples are only visible in edit mode. You won't see them in pose mode, but in edit mode, they'll be there. So I can highlight the next sample and add sample. So that is basic pivot. It is a single bone because pivot needs to be a single bone. And the rig type is applied. So I highly recommend that you do this exercise. This is how I personally learned about Rigify, but you can also open a file that I'm going to provide in the downloads, in which I have created all of these rig types, and I also organized them. When you look at all of the samples, there are quite a lot, but once you see them organized like this, I think it will make a lot more sense. Notice how all of these samples or rig types, because the samples correspond to the rig types, they all follow this pattern of something dot something. The word before the dot is a category, so all samples that have the same word in front of them belong to the same category. The basic ones are a bit difficult to understand, but for example, limbs should be quite obvious. Under limbs, you have arm, paw, leg, and so on. So this is how I organized things in this scene. Really, if you look at it, we have 3 main types. We have limbs, spines, basic, then we have a special superface, and I'll talk about these 2 in a minute. Let's start with the spines, because you have actually used these already if you followed along with the tutorials. Basic spine is the same thing that we have in the human and in the dog and basically in most characters. Superhead is for creating heads. It's actually neck and head. By default, you have 3 bones, but you can have as many bones as you like, and the last bone will always be the head, and any bones below it will be the neck. And then this is the tail. We had the tail in the dog and also in the horse bonus chapter and so on. By the way, feel free to ignore these words before the actual name of the rig type. They are basically meaningless. They have something to do with the history and development of Rigify, and I wish the developers would clean them up finally, but they're still here, so most of them you can just ignore. Basic spine simply means spine. Super head simply means head. Basic tail simply means tail. Then we can go to the limbs, where you'll see a lot of familiar components. For example, we have the arm. This is the human arm, the human leg. Then we have front paw, rear paw, and paw. These 3 will generally be used to rig an animal leg, and obviously front paw will generally be used for the front leg, rear paw for the hind leg, and paw is very similar to front paw and rear paw, but there are very subtle differences, so in general focus on front paw and rear paw. Then we have the super palm and super finger, and again ignore the super, it is meaningless. So these 2 can be combined to create the hand of a character. We'll have an example of this in the practice session. Then we have simple tentacle and spline tentacle. Simple tentacle is slightly more than a simple chain of bones. It's really not complex, and you can use it for the tentacles of a bug, for example. Spline tentacle is something new in Blender 4, and this is what you would use for an actual tentacle, such as for octopus or squid. Now we can move on to the basic category. So here the main ones that you should pay attention to are copy chain and super copy. Copy chain is the simplest chain of bones that you can transfer from your meta rig to the final rig. So if you just want a simple chain of bones without any bells and whistles, just create a chain of bones and to the first bone give the basic copy chain rig type. Super copy is similar, but it is just a single bone. I'm not sure why they have to be split like this. There must be a technical reason, but if you need a single bone, go for super copy and a chain of bones is copy chain. Now for these other three types in this area, raw copy is an advanced rig type. It can be used to insert your own custom riggings into the meta rig and combine them with the other rig types. Pivot is another advanced type which can be combined with raw copy. It creates an adjustable pivot which can be difficult to set up manually. Experimental superchain is obviously not part of the basic types, but I included it here for simplicity. This special rig type can be used to rig flexible rig types such as cables, straps, and so on. By the way, in the human meta rig, the shoulder is a basic super copy, and also these support bones are also super copy, and the breastbones are also super copy. So super copy is quite useful and often used in meta rigs. Then we have faces super face. This is the face rig that we worked with. If you want to add it to your custom characters, just go to edit mode and add the super face sample. And then this bone here is special. You have to parent it to whatever the face should be attached to, which is almost always the head. So you would parent it to this bone here in the super head. And then you have to align these face bones to the face of your character. Press upgrade face rig and generate. So these four categories are the ones that you'll be using on daily basis. We also have the face and skin category. So under face, we have skin eye, skin jaw, basic tongue, and the skin are anchor, basic chain, glue, and so on. These rig types are the basis for the new modular face system. When you create your super face and click the upgrade button, that will upgrade this face to the new modular system, and it will add face and skin types to the bones of the super face. You can also combine the face and skin types yourself and create your own custom faces. This is definitely outside the scope of this beginner's tutorial, but as I mentioned a couple of times, I'm thinking of creating a separate advanced course about that. I'm not promising it, it may or may not happen. And finally, we have the ignore category. It is not a real category, it's just that limbs, super limb, and spines, super spine, are deprecated rig types and samples, so just ignore them. Just in case you're wondering why is super spine not in here, that is why. These are old things, forget about them. So I hope you're starting to see how Rigify works. You have these types, you combine them and parent them, and that way you can create your own rigs. Each type has a structure. Some types can be adjusted to your needs. For example, the basic tail needs to be at least 2 bones, but you can also make it a chain of as many bones as you want. Right? This will work. Also, the head can have as many neck bones as you want. Other types, on the other hand, such as the leg, need to have an exact structure. The leg is very special because it has to consist of these 4 connected bones and then this special heel bone, which is parented to the leg bone. Super copy also has its rules. It has to be exactly 1 bone. Copy chain, on the other hand, has to be a chain of bones. So at least 2 bones, but 3 or 100 is fine. And if you want to know all of the rules for these rig types, you can enroll in my advanced course called the Rigify manual. In the manual, I go over each rig type and each of its rig type options, but first let's finish the basics, and we can think about the advanced stuff later. The next chapter will be a practice session in which we'll create our own custom meta rig for this furry-like character. This is part 2 of chapter 6 in CG Dive's Rigify course. In the previous part, we learned all about the rig types in a theoretical way, and in this chapter, we'll put what we learned into practice. For that purpose, I have prepared this character. It looks a little bit like the so-called furry characters, and I know that many people love this style, other people find it funny for some reason, some consider it part of the adult industry, but let's just throw all that out of the window. It's just an interesting and unusual character, and it will be great for practicing creating our own rigs with Rigify. By the way, you can also watch this course on academy.cgdive.com. Until around the end of January 2024, the course is in early access, so you will have to pay a modest fee for it, or you can also subscribe to the entire site, which is also very affordable right now, and that way you can gain access to all of my courses. But from February 2024, the Rigify Fundamentals course will be free on Academy, so I highly recommend that you watch it there for the best viewing experience without ads and distractions. So we have a somewhat humanoid character, but the legs are slightly animal-like, and if you watch the bonus session about rigging quadrupeds, you should know what kind of leg that is. If you said digitigrade, then you're correct. Then we have a fairly normal body and one human arm with fingers, which will rig. But on the other side, we have something that looks like a tentacle. In Blender 4, we have a brand new rig types, a spline tentacle, so I thought it would be a nice opportunity to practice using it. Then we have a head with ears and a tail. To start rigging, you can press Shift-A, Armature, and start from the human meta rig, or from the basic human, because this character has a lot of human elements in it. Or you could start from the wolf, because the legs are kind of animal-like. But here we'll practice creating a rig from scratch. So I'll press Shift-A, Armature, and create a single bone. This will give us more opportunity to practice, but also if I used some of the pre-built meta rigs, they have a lot of things set up, including a rig menu and bone colors. The next chapter in the course will teach you how to create your own menus and your own bone colors. And so another reason for starting from scratch is because we'll be able to use this character in the practice session of the next chapter. Anyway, let's activate X-Ray, go to edit mode, select this bone and delete it. It's just like the default cube, you usually end up deleting it. Let's go to the Armature tab and make sure you're in edit mode. Go to Rigify, Samples, expand the search field and search for spine. Choose Spine's basic spine, not the super spine, this one is deprecated, and click Add Sample. From the side view, align this spine with your character. Next, I want to add a leg. But what kind of leg would work for this character? One of the great things about Rigify is that it is fast and it allows us to test things. So I'm going to look for leg and find the limbs leg, which is the human leg, and add the sample. But also, I'm going to look for paw, choose the rear paw, because this kind of leg would generally correspond to the hind leg of an animal. And I'll also add this sample. If you look at the names, it has the .l suffix, so I'm going to symmetrize it, and then with X symmetry disabled, I'll delete the left side. So I'll have a human leg on one side and animal leg on the other side. And once we test it and see which one works better, I'll go back to the meta rig and make both legs the same. So let's align this human leg to the left leg of our mesh. It should be something like this. And we have this heel bone, which is usually aligned with the heel of the character for plantigrade feet. In this case, I'm not quite sure what to do, so I'll place it around here. Then I'll hide the left leg and align this one from the side view. Something like this. And then align it from the front view as well. Now from the samples, I'll look for arm, select limbs arm, always highlight the entry before clicking Add Sample, because otherwise you'll get the previously selected entry. So Add Sample, align the arm with your character. From the top view as well. Something like this. Keep it as straight as possible from this view. And from the top view, give it a little bit of a bend to indicate the direction of bending of the elbow. I'll press Alt-H to unhide the leg. And let's match the two legs, even though they're a different type. Okay, now for the shoulder, I want a super copy. So I'll select the basic super copy and add sample, or let's actually practice something else. I'll just press Shift-A to add a new bone. Align it with the shoulder, something like this. And now because we just added a simple bone, it doesn't have a rig type. So I can go to pose mode, select the bone, go to the bone tab and give it a rig type of basic super copy. So that is exactly the same thing. Whether I create bones myself and give them a rig type or use the samples, the end result is the same. The samples have the advantage that they give you correct structure of complicated rig types, such as the leg. So for the leg, I highly recommend that you use the samples. I'll push this bone deeper into the body and name it shoulder.L. Right click and symmetrize it. Then back to the armature tab, samples, look for head, highlight the super head and add sample. I'll align it with my character. The neck and the spine are currently not connected, and I'm sure you remember that they have to be connected. Well, actually, that's not entirely true. They don't need to be connected. I'll show you a special rig type option that you can change so that you don't need to connect these two bones. We'll do that a little bit later. Let's keep going. I'll look for tentacle now and choose the spline tentacle, not the simple tentacle, okay? And add sample. Rotate it a little bit and align it with this tentacle arm on the right side. If we go to pose mode and select the first bone, of course it will be spline tentacle. And notice this message that says a straight line wrist shape works best, meaning that keeping this chain of bones as straight as possible is ideal for this rig type. I'm going to tweak it just a little bit to align it with my tentacle here, but still keep it as straight as possible. And from the top view, I want to align it with the tentacle as well. Next, from the side view, go back to the armature tab, look for tail, highlight the basic tail, add sample, rotate it, and I can press S, then Z, then 0 on the numpad to straighten it, and then scale it up. Now let's say that we want more than 3 bones for this tail. I can just move this a little bit back and this one further back, and then I could select the last bone and right click and subdivide it, or just push it back a little bit and press E and then Y to extrude on the Y axis. And then maybe once more time, E, Y. And the last feature that we want to rig are the ears. So let's search for tentacle again. And this time choose the simple tentacle. And add sample. Scale it down. And align it with the ears. For this ear, I don't really need 3 bones. The simple tentacle can be a chain of 2 or more bones. So it is safe to select the last bone and delete it. And then align your remaining bones. The first bone holds the rig type, and that is why I deleted the last bone and not the first one. Then I'll press F2 and let's name this ear1.L. In the next bone, I'll name ear2.l. Then in edit mode, I can select these, right click and symmetrize. We are doing great, but now we have to rig the hands. Creating a palm and fingers rig can be a little bit complicated, but follow along with me and you'll be fine. Under samples, search for palm, highlight super palm and add sample. And it will be down there in the center of the world. So move it towards the arm of the character and align it roughly. And what this sample gives us is these 4 bones, but they are also parented to this palm parent bone. I think this is because if the palm bones do not have any parent, the rig doesn't generate correctly, but this bone is really not necessary. So go to edit mode and delete it, and then select all of your palm bones and parent them to the hand. Now the palm bones do have a parent, so it's all good. And you can align these bones a little bit better. You can use the volume snapping technique that we learned in previous chapters. And just align each bone, each palm bone, to point towards a finger. Like this. Next, under samples, look for finger, super finger, highlight it and add sample. And align it with your hand. And here we have something similar. We have the 3 finger bones and 1 additional one, which is a palm bone. So Rigify is kind of trying to push us in the right direction. It gives us the palm bone, but for beginners, this could be more confusing than helpful. Because then you have to set up your own rig type for the palm. By the way, the rig type is in the first palm bone. So in this case, just delete this palm bone. We have our own palm, so we don't need it. And then I'll align this with the pinky. And then press Shift D and align this with the ring finger. Then Shift D and align it with the middle finger, and Shift D and align with the index finger. And finally, Shift D one more time and align with the thumb. Keep the thumb straight from this view and bent from the top view. Next, I'll do 2 things. First, I'll select the pinky, Shift H and isolate it. And I want to make sure that the bone is named properly. The Rigify sample automatically gives us finger bones called pinky, so this one is fine. So I'll just align the bones with the mesh. Again, I'll use volume snapping. And again, I'm snapping this first part of the finger a little bit deeper, not here at the base of the finger, because that is anatomically correct. And then I'm watching out for the wireframe and aligning the rest of the bones with the joints. And Alt H, select the second finger, press Shift H to isolate it, and then this one I'll have to name properly. So it will be f_ring.01.l. Next one, 02.l. And here I have to fix this 0. And the third one will be 03.l. And then I'll align the bones. And I'll do the same process for the rest of the fingers. Rename and align. And when the fingers are aligned, I'll apply the technique that I showed you in chapter 4. Switch transform to active element and orientation to normal. Select a whole finger. enable scale and scale it on the x-axis. Now the fingers should be well aligned. Let me just address what you would do if you had a face on your character. So under samples, find your face, faces, superface, and add the sample. From the side view, align it with your character. I'll roughly scale up the bones to match my character, and then find this little face bone, shift select the head, Control P, and parent it with keep offset. And then align the face bones to your character. For more detailed information about that, you can watch chapter 4 again. And if your character's face is more animalistic, then you could watch chapter 5, where we align these exact same face bones to a dog face. In this case, I won't need the face, so I'll hide the head and neck and box select over everything, leaving the ears unselected, and delete these bones. Alt-H. So this covers creating the meta rig. Now I want to parent the bones in the meta rig. First, I'll parent each finger to the closest palm bone with keep offset. And also the thumb to the closest palm bone. We already parented the palm bones to the hand. This is essential, so if you haven't done it yet, please do it. Then I'll parent the upper arm to the shoulder, both shoulders to the last spine bone, and also the neck to the last spine bone. Then this tentacle, I'll parent to the right shoulder, the left leg, right leg, and the tail to the first spine bone. You can go to pose mode and just move things around to test the parenting. Just move and rotate things and right click to cancel the movement. And by testing here, I can see that I forgot to parent the ears to the head. So go back to edit mode, select the ears, shift select the head, Control P, keep offset. And that should do it. We can actually try to generate. If I try to generate now, we'll get this error, which we also saw in the previous part. For a quick solution, go to Bone Collection UI and set UI row to 1. Again, in the very next chapter, we'll learn exactly how Bone Collection UI works, and you'll be able to create your own rig UIs. But for now, we just want to solve this generation problem. And the rig was generated. First of all, you may be surprised that we managed to generate this rig, even though, if I look at the meta rig, the neck and the spine are disconnected. And also, the tail is not connected to the spine. This is because if I go to pose mode and select the first neck bone, go to the bone tab, and check the Rigify type options, you'll see that the connect chain option is disabled. When you create the head from a sample, this option is disabled, but it is enabled in the pre-built meta rigs. That is why in the pre-built meta rigs, we had to keep the neck and spine connected. Of course, I could have told you about this option, but I thought that was too much for the beginner stages of the course. But by now you understand the rig types and you can start learning their options one by one. So by disabling connect chain, you can avoid this need to snap the neck and the spine together. And same thing here for the tail. Connect chain is off, so I don't need to connect this tailbone to the spine. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of this connect chain option. It just creates a little bit of a connection here, a little tweak bone between the spine and neck. And it can be nice, but sometimes it actually creates problems, so I'll just keep it unchecked here. If you look carefully, you may notice that there are no bones generated for the animal leg. And you may be wondering why, and this is very important. I wasn't planning this, it just happened by accident, but I was looking for an opportunity to show you this problem. If I select the first thigh bone, you'll see that it has no rig type. This happens when you select some bones and delete them and then press Ctrl Z to bring them back. All sorts of properties, such as the rig types, disappear in this action. I consider this a bug in Blender. I reported it, but for now there are no signs that it will be fixed. So you have to keep it in mind. If nothing is being generated, then the rig type may have disappeared because of this bug. So select your thigh bone and just give it the rig type again, which is paw, rear paw. And now I can generate again, and that will generate controls for the right leg as well. So the same thing seems to have happened for some of the fingers. So let's go to pose mode for the meta rig and select all of these fingers. And I do have the rig type on the pinky, so I can go to the Rigify menu and copy type and parameters. And that will assign the same rig type, the same finger rig type, to these fingers. I'll generate again. And here are my controls for the fingers. So the problem with disappearing rig types is very common, and I'm happy that I had the opportunity to show it to you. It will save you a lot of frustration in just trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Now I can hide the meta rig, select the character, shift select the generated rig, Ctrl P, automatic weights. And start testing. So everything is looking excellent actually. The only thing that we really need to figure out is which type of leg to use. The human leg behaves quite reasonably. Moving the IK works well, and if I rotate it, I rotate the foot from this point. If I test the paw, it behaves quite similarly, but if I rotate the IK control, it rotates from this point here. And then I have this control to tweak the rotation of the foot. To be perfectly honest, both of them seem to work, so you would have to do some animation and figure out which one you like better. Personally, I'll go with the paw, so let's go back to the meta rig, edit mode, make sure that the X symmetry is disabled, and I'll delete all of these bones for the human leg, and I'll check the name on the paw, and they have these 001 suffixes. I'll get rid of them. Then select all leg bones, right click and symmetrize, regenerate the rig, go out of local mode, and then I'll have to parent with automatic weights again, because we changed the bones. So most of the controls you should be already familiar with if you followed along with the previous chapters. The only thing that is really new is this tentacle, so I can grab its end control and just move it and stretch it. And by tweaking the rig type options for this spline tentacle, you can actually make it behave a little bit differently. In a video that I did about the updates of Rigify in Blender 4, I actually covered it quite extensively, so I'll share a link to that. The point of this chapter is not to teach you all about the tentacle. And that will be the end of chapter 6. I hope it was fun. I hope you saw how easy it is to create your own custom rigs, even if your character is strange and not standard. And so the last step is to make this rig a little bit more user-friendly. You may have noticed how this rig that we created is kind of colorless and sad, and we only have like very simple rig layers for all bones and then the root. Whereas if I create a pre-built meta rig and generate it, it is colored. It has this really nice rig layers menu. So in the next chapter, we'll learn exactly how this works, and you'll be able to create your own custom menus like this, and also color your bones exactly as you want. You're doing great. There is just one more step to go, and you'll have a full overview of all Rigify features. So keep going. I'll see you in the next chapter. Oh, and check out academy.cgdive.com because you can get access to advanced lessons, and it is a great way to support the channel. This is chapter 7 in CG Dive's Rigify course for Blender 4 and beyond. In this part, we'll take this rig that we created in the previous session and take it from this colorless state to a nice color-coded rig, which also features a visibility menu. By the way, you can also watch this course on academy.cgdive.com. Until around the end of January 2024, the course is in early access, so you will have to pay a modest fee for it, or you can also subscribe to the entire site, which is also very affordable right now, and that way you can gain access to all of my courses. But from February 2024, the Rigify Fundamentals course will be free on Academy, so I highly recommend that you watch it there for the best viewing experience without ads and distractions. So let's get into it. Normally I like to start things with a little theory, but in this case I don't think that would be necessary. So we can start where we left off, and I'm going to provide this scene just in case you didn't save yours. Because we created this rig from scratch and added all of these samples and rig types ourselves, we have a fully black and colorless rig, and also our rig layers feature only a single button which hides and unhides everything. And we have another button for the root. That is something that Rigify generates automatically. So let's go back to the meta rig and see what we can do about this. Let's isolate it. And if you go to the Armature tab, under Bone Collections, you should see only two collections. Bones, which is a default collection that Blender creates, and Root is a second collection which is automatically created the first time you click the Generate Rig button. So a very easy thing that I can do is to just move each part of the rig on its own collection. So for example, the spine will be on one collection, the arm on another, the palm will be a separate collection, fingers on a separate collection, and so on. This bones collection contains all bones right now, so I'll double click and rename it to spine, and I'll just leave the spine bones on this collection, and everything else I'll move on new collections. So I'll go to pose mode, and let's say that I want to move the arm. I'll select all arm bones, press M, new collection, and call it left arm, and press OK. Then the palm bones, M, new collection, left palm. We don't even have a right arm, but I still name my collections with left and right and so on, and I think that helps with organization. Next, I'll select all fingers, press M, new collection, left fingers. Then the neck and head, I'll press M, new collection, head. Left ears, M, new collection, left ears. Or left ear, I guess. Right ear. Right tentacle. Left shoulder. Right shoulder. Tail. Left leg. Right leg. These collections may not be optimal, we'll probably go back and tweak them, but it's a start. So let's go out of local mode and regenerate. Now a lot of my rig is not visible because these collections didn't exist until a second ago. They are now invisible, but I can just click on them and make them visible. So I'll unhide everything down to the ORG collection. ORG, MCH, and DEF are special. I'll leave them hidden for now. And now all rig parts are visible, and I can go to the bone collections and hide and unhide them this way. For example, this one hides and unhides the tail. Then here's the left shoulder, right shoulder, and so on. But what we really want is to create layers here under rig layers, so that I don't have to go to the bone collections and I can just work in the 3D view. Currently, we only have the spine collection that is working. So to improve this, let's go back to the meta rig, and under Rigify, collapse advanced and color sets and expand bone collection UI. You may remember that in the previous session we got a generation error and we had to set this only collection that we had at the time to UI row 1. For some reason Rigify is not happy when everything is set to 0, so we had to set a UI row. But now let's find out how this really works. In this window here we have our bone collections. They are the exact same collections that we have up here in the bone collections. It's just convenient to be able to select the collections here. So to place one of these collections on a rig UI button, what you do is select this collection and either set the UI row. For example, if I set left arm to 1, you'll see that it goes next to the spine because spine is also set to UI row 1. If I select the head, there is another way to place a collection on the menu, and that is to use this triangle here. If I press this triangle, it will be placed on row 1, exactly where the triangle was. Or I can press the triangle on the next row, and the head collection will go there. Now, just as a test, if I regenerate, you'll see that I have the spine, the left arm, and the head as clickable buttons. So let's go back to the meta rig and try to set all of the collections. If I want to remove a collection from the menu, I can press the X button here. Then left arm, I have to select it and I'll have the X button, or I can set UI row to 0. That will also remove it from the menu. And now I'll start from top to bottom. We have the same search field here as for the samples. So let's search for ear, and I'll place the left ear on the first row and then right ear next to it. Next, the head, I'll place it on the next row. Then if I press this plus button, I can create more rows. Minus will delete a row, and the row is created above the current one. So if I press plus here, I'll create a row between ears and head. So I'll delete it and create some more layers. Next, I'll find the spine and place it on the next row. Then the left arm I'll place on the next row, and the palm and fingers on the next one. Then I'll find the tentacle, right tentacle, and place it on the next row. Then I'll actually add a row above left arm and add my shoulders to it. Left shoulder and right shoulder next to it. Then I'll create some more rows. Next, I'll place the tail. And finally, left leg and right leg next to it. If I press the plus button next to spine, I'll create an empty row here. And that is actually nice for organization. That will leave a little bit of room between the head and the spine. That is entirely up to you, but I think it makes the menu nicer, so I'll do that. And I'll also separate the arm and the tentacle, tail, and the legs. And let's generate. And unhide all of these layers. So my rig menu is starting to take shape. Here I can hide the left ear or the right ear, the head, the spine, the left shoulder, the right shoulder, left arm, palm, fingers, the tentacle, the tail, left leg, right leg, and unhide them. So this is kind of useful, but actually Some of these types, such as the arm, has several layers of controls. It has the IK, which is on by default. It has the FK, which is not the default, but I can switch to FK at any point. And also we have these tweak controls. And that is the case for many of the rig components. The legs are similar, IK by default, but I can switch to FK. And we also have tweaks. And the spine is similar and so on. And Rigify actually gives us tools to organize these layers of controls into different collections. Let's go back to the meta rig. Go to pose mode, select the first bone of the arm and go to the bone tab and look at the Rigify type. At the bottom of the options, you'll see assign FK collections and assign tweak collections. You can press the plus button on each, and if you click in this field, that will let you select a collection. So we want to create a special collection just for the FK controls of the arm and also for the tweak controls. So let's go to the Armature tab, Bone Collections, and just add a new empty collection. We won't place anything on it right now. This collection will only be used on generation to organize the FK controls or the tweaks and so on. So I'll call it left arm FK, and I can use the arrows to organize my layers. That is not essential, but organization is always nice. The root can also go to the bottom. And I'll create one more collection and call it left arm tweak. Then go back to the bone tab and set the FK collection to left arm FK and the tweak collection to left arm tweak. Then back to the Armature tab, go to Rigify Bone Collections UI. And here I could create a row above the palm and fingers row and find my arm FK and place it on this row. And then the tweak as well and place it on this row. Then generate. And now I'll have my IK. And while I work in IK, I generally don't want to see the FK controls. They just get in the way and they are not useful. And by pressing this button, I can hide the FK controls and even the tweaks. The tweaks can be useful, but maybe you don't use them all of the time. So hide them and only unhide them when useful. And we can apply this same principle to the remaining rig types. I just have to go to the meta rig, pose mode, and let's select the left thigh, for example. Verify the rig options, and you'll see that again we need an FK collection and the tweak collection. Same on the other leg, of course. For the spine, we have tweaks and FK. On the tentacle, there is an FK collection. On the shoulder, there is nothing. By the way, while I'm here, I should have done this in the previous lesson, but anyway, I want to change this to shoulder because it's a nicer shape for the shoulder. And same on the other side. On the neck, we have tweak collections, and on the ear, also tweaks. Oh, and also for the tail, we have tweak. So now I'll speed up the footage and just create the necessary collections. Again, I'm verifying the rig type, and it tells me what kind of collections I need. And then I go to the Armature tab and actually create these collections. Okay, and now I'll assign these collections. Okay, I assigned them all, and now I have to go to the Armature tab again, Bone Collection UI, and place all of my additional layers on the menu. By the way, here is a little trick. As the menu gets longer, it's kind of difficult to scroll up and down. So you could actually look at the bottom under this Rig UI menu, and it will show you all layers that are currently not assigned. So for example, I can create some rows here, and here I want leg FK. So I'll select it here by clicking and push it on the row. And then right leg FK, which I have misspelled, but that is okay. We'll fix it later. Then the tweak, left leg tweak, right leg tweak next to it. And then we still have the ears. So I'll select the left ear and go here, create a new row, push it here, and then finally the right ear tweak and push it on this row. And we have quite a big menu. Let's generate and go out of local mode. So this is a very nice menu, but it is quite big. It is a little bit verbose, you could say. So let's try to clean it up. And this can be done by bringing similar items on the same bone collection. For example, we have a lot of tweak collections for the left ear, for the right ear, for the head, for the spine, and so on. What if you wanted all of your tweak controls on a single collection? Let's go to the meta rig, create a new collection, and call it tweaks. And then in the search field, I can search for tweak, and I want to delete all of these individual tweak collections that I have. So select the top one and click the minus button. And notice how the selection disappeared. No collection seems to be selected right now, but really there is a selected collection. It is just not visible right now because of this filtering that we did. So if you press the minus button now, you will delete this collection that is currently not visible. This can be very confusing. In fact, I had to go back and record this part of the video again because I deleted a bunch of collections this way. This is something that Blender probably need to fix because it is not a great user experience, but keep it in mind and just select a collection and delete it. Select the next one and delete it. Okay, always make sure that the collection is selected. And now I'm left with this single tweaks collection. Then I have to go to pose mode and start assigning this tweaks collection. Because if I go to the Rigify options, you'll see that this field here is red because the assigned collection has been deleted. So I'll click in here, type tweak, and choose my tweaks collection. And we have to do the same thing for all parts of the rig that had tweaks collections. So the legs, the spine, and so on. I think I'm done, so let's go to the Armature tab and try to generate. And I got an error, broken bone collection reference, tail tweak, incorrect armature. Rigify errors are such a delight, so clear, but I think I understood. I think the tail tweak collection is not assigned correctly, so let's undo and select the tail in the meta rig, the first bone of the tail, and indeed I hadn't assigned the tweak collection here. So I'll assign it and try to generate again. And this time it will generate without a problem. But we do not have the tweaks button on the menu yet. So let's go back to the meta rig, find the tweaks collection, and push it on a row here. And we have a lot of these empty spaces here because I deleted a bunch of these tweaks collections. So I'll quickly delete some of these rows. Generate again. And now I have this single tweaks button, which hides and unhides all tweak controls. And I think we can simplify the menu even more. Right now we have the left shoulder and the right shoulder and left palm as a separate button, but shoulders and palms can be part of the arm. I think this is good practice, and it will also allow me to show you some advanced techniques. In particular, we'll place the same bone on multiple collections, and that can be very powerful. Let's go to the meta rig, pose mode, select the shoulder and the palm bones, and find the arm collection, left arm, and click assign. So the shoulder bone is still on the shoulder collection. If I find it, here is left shoulder, and this dot indicates that the selected bone is on this collection. But we also have a dot over here, so it is on two collections at the same time. Now if I disable the eye icon here, you'll see that the arm disappears because it is only on this layer, but the shoulder does not because it is also on this collection here. If I disable this eye icon as well, then the shoulder will disappear. And I'll place the right shoulder on the tentacle collection. So highlight right tentacle and click assign. Now in the rig menu, I'm going to remove the buttons for left shoulder, right shoulder, and also remove this row, and then for left palm. I am keeping the left shoulder and right shoulder collections, and this is for the next chapter where we'll be applying colors to the controls, and having these individual collections will help with that. Now let's try to generate. If I disable the left arm button, which is basically the IK, and enable the FK, you'll see that I have my FK arm. I can switch to FK here, but I don't have the shoulder control anymore. And it's the same with the palm. It disappeared. It is only available when I go to IK. Right? And here I have the palm and the shoulder. So to solve this, go back to the meta rig, select your shoulder and palm bones, and find the left arm FK and assign these bones to that collection as well. And for the right shoulder, I also want to assign it to tentacle FK. Generate again. And now if I hide the left arm, which is the IK, and unhide left arm FK, I will have the shoulder bones and the palm control in both cases. I can be in FK and have these controls, or I can be in IK and still have them. And also on the tentacle, I can hide the FK and still have the shoulder, or I can hide the IK, only show the FK, and I'll still have the shoulder. And that is more or less what I wanted to show you for this chapter. Let's just go back to the meta rig and see if we missed anything in the bone collection UI. So again, here you have your collections, you can select them, and then you get some options for them. I'm honestly not sure what this button here does. When I click it, I always get no issues detected. Color sets is related to assigning colors to your controls, which we'll do in the next chapter. Add selection set is related to a separate Blender add-on. If you go to Edit Preferences, Add-ons, and search for sets, you have these bone selection sets. So that is just for your information. This is related to this here. I'm not going to go into any more details because we won't be using this feature. Next, we have the UI row, which you should understand perfectly by now. And we also have a UI title. The UI title can change the text on the button here without changing the name of the actual collection. So if I just type XXX, you'll see that my button is now named XXX, but the actual collection is still spine. If I leave it empty, then the button is named the same as the collection. And there is another way to change the UI title, and that is to click on the button and just start typing. Okay, and that will update the UI title. And this is very useful. For example, I named my collections without any spaces. That is a habit I have, but for the buttons, I actually may want a space between the words. So I'll quickly update that. And that made the text on the buttons a lot more readable. With that, I think we covered almost everything there is to cover for this bone collection UI. But I'll give you a special pro tip. I'll create a new collection and name it DEF with all caps. And I'll place this DEF collection below the root. Maybe give it a little bit of space here. And then generate. And you'll see that the spaces in the button text were added. But also, I have this new DEF button, and I can enable it. Let's hide the meta rig. And that hides and unhides the deforming bones in the generated rig. So if I want to weight paint, I can enable these bones and go to weight paint mode as usual. And I'll have the deforming bones. So I really like this hack. That was very hard to do before Blender 4, but now I can easily have a button for the deforming bones. And I may want to rename it to deform bones and weight paint. Okay, many people struggle to find the deforming bones in Rigify, but if you create a menu like this, then it should be quite obvious. And if you know what you're doing, you can do the exact same thing for the ORG and MCH collections, but that would be quite advanced and even dangerous, so I won't do it here. Let me do some final tweaks. Just bring in some buttons on a single row. And it's looking good, so I'll generate. And I'm really liking this. Is this a perfect menu? It is for me. That is exactly how I want to lay out the buttons for myself. But I would consider this video successful if you understood how everything works and if you're able to create your own menus exactly as you want. So if anything was not clear, please let me know. Before I wrap up this lesson, let me fix the orientation of the shoulders. This has been bothering me, but I didn't want to interrupt the rig layers information. The easiest way to fix it is to go to your meta rig, edit mode, select the shoulder, and I can enable X symmetry. Press Ctrl R, which controls the roll of your bone, and type 90 on the numpad and generate. And that fixed it. If your controls don't look good, you may have to go back to the meta rig and again roll the bone to -90, or just keep rolling it and regenerating until you get the controls looking good. That's it for this part. We took a great leap towards making our rig more user-friendly. It is now super easy to hide and unhide part of the rig. A simple rig like this is much easier to work with than a bloated one. But there is one more step that we need to take, and that is to color code the bones. And as a bonus chapter, I'll also show you how to tweak the shapes of these controls. You're very close to finishing this course. Take a short break if you have to, and then let's move on to the next chapter. Welcome to part 2 of chapter 7 in CG Dive's Rigify course for Blender 4. So we have our own custom rig. We have a nice menu to hide and unhide parts of the rig. And now to really polish this rig, we want to give these rig controls colors. And if you watched chapter 2, you should know how bone colors work in Blender 4. But a quick refresher, you can go to your bone tab, viewport display, and apply a pose bone color, for example, red. Okay, this is a standard Blender feature, but Rigify has automations on top of that. And with Rigify, we have to do it through the meta rig, because otherwise, if I regenerate this rig and go to pose mode, this red color that I applied a second ago will be gone. By the way, you can also watch this course on academy.cgdive.com. Until around the end of January 2024, the course is in early access, so you will have to pay a modest fee for it, or you can also subscribe to the entire site, which is also very affordable right now, and that way you can gain access to all of my courses. But from February 2024, the Rigify Fundamentals course will be free on Academy, so I highly recommend that you watch it there for the best viewing experience without ads and distractions. So let's go to the meta rig. And above Bone Collection UI, you'll see color sets. And here we can define the colors that we want to use for our rig. I'll show you two approaches. One is more in line with the default Rigify approach, and the other one will be more customized. To add colors that are exactly the same as in the pre-built meta rigs that we get with Rigify, you can click the Add Standard button, and that will add these 6 colors. Once we have the colors, we can go again to the Bone Collection UI and start applying these colors to the collections. The way it works is you highlight the collection that you want to work with, scroll down to Color Set, and from this menu, choose one of the color sets. These are the exact same entries that we have here under Color Set. So the spine collection holds the main spine controls, and I think in Rigify they have the special color, so yellow. I'll search for spine here, and then find my spine FK. And it makes sense to give them the FK colors, but I think in default Rigify, the spine FK uses the tweak colors, so blue. Then I'll search for tweak and find my tweaks collection and give them the tweak color. And so the process is to go over all of these collections and give them a color set. So left arm is really the IK controls, because FK and tweaks are assigned to other collections. So here, for left arm, I'll choose IK. And actually in the menu, I can change this button name to left arm IK, because that is what it actually contains. Then for the left arm FK, obviously we'll choose FK. For the palm, let's choose the special color. Fingers are generally FK, so I'll give them the FK color. But actually, let's go to pose mode and check the finger rig type. And it has a tweak collection, which I hadn't assigned. So let's press the plus button and give it the tweaks collection. And to assign it to the rest of the fingers, I can select the remaining 4 and then shift select this one where I change the collection and go to Rigify, copy only parameters. And now all of my fingers will be assigned this way. I can also enable IK controls, and that will make it possible to assign an additional IK collection. I will disable this in this case. That is just for your information. To the head, I'll assign the special colors. There are no hard rules. I'm just trying to use the exact colors that are used in default Rigify. I'll make the ears FK. Tentacle, it is IK by default, so I'll give it the IK color. Left shoulder, special. Right shoulder, special. The tail is FK. Left leg contains the main controls, which are the IK, so I'll give it the IK color set, and same on the right leg. And I can also name these, name the buttons to be even more clear. Then for the root, we have a special root color set. Leg FK will be FK. Tentacle FK, I'll assign FK colors. and DEF can stay without colors. Let's generate and see what we get. Go to pose mode. And now our rig has colors. Some of them seem off. For example, the finger controls are definitely not green in the default rigs, but you can easily tweak that in the meta rig. What bothers me more is that I definitely assigned the yellow color to the shoulder and to the palm control, but now they're red, just like the IK controls. So let's go back to the meta rig and see how we can fix this. As you probably remember, we placed the shoulder bone and the palm bones on the same collection as the arm bones, while also keeping them on their own collections. So the way it works with colors is that Rigify looks at the order of the collections. So for example, for the left shoulder, I'll select the left shoulder collection, and this bone is on the left shoulder collection, left arm collection, which is the IK, and also on left arm FK collection. So if a bone is on multiple collections and all of them have a color applied, the bone will take the color of the top collection in the list. Therefore, to make sure that the shoulder will be yellow, I have to move it above all other collections that it is assigned to. And let's do the same for the palm. I'll move it above the arm and generate. And now my shoulder is yellow and my palm control is also yellow. Let's go back and fix this the same way for the right shoulder. Right shoulder is below right tentacle, and that is why it takes the color of right tentacle. So let's just move it above and generate. And now the shoulder has its own color, and the tentacle has a different color. I stopped for a second to check how the fingers work, and here's what I found out. Even though the fingers have an additional tweak layer, really it is these straight FK controls. It is not the same tweak controls as for the arm, tail, and so on. So let's go back to the meta rig. And I'll create a new collection and call it fingers. Let's call it fingers FK. I'll go to the Rigify options and set this tweak collection to the fingers FK, and then select all other fingers, the first fingers in the chain, and then shift select this one, which we set up, and go to Rigify copy only parameters. Now everything should be set up correctly. Let's go back to our bone collection UI, find the fingers FK collection, and I'll place it here next to left fingers. Then I'll assign a color set to the fingers FK, and that will be the FK color set. And for the main finger collection, left fingers, I will assign the extra colors, because this is how it is done in the pre-built meta rig. Let's try to generate now. And yeah, this looks exactly as in the pre-built meta rigs. We have the green FK controls and these special orange controls which control the whole finger by rotating and scaling the widget. And now I have this new fingers FK button which allows me to hide the FK fingers. I'll go back to the meta rig just for one minor tweak, and that is to add a space between the words here. Generate, and it's done. Okay, this is looking lovely. And I think with this knowledge, you should be able to create any colors you want. You can organize them exactly as you want. You can have bones on multiple layers, but still have fine control over the colors of specific bones. Now, as further practice, we'll create an alternative color coding of this rig. The default Rigify color scheme is based on functionality. So FK controls have one color, IK controls have a different color, and tweaks have a different color, and so on. There is another approach that is very popular among professional animators, and that is to color code the left side, the right side, and the center of the rig. So let's try to implement it. I will go back to my meta rig and delete all of these default colors. And then I'll start adding my own. So I'll press the plus button and then set this color to, let's say, red. Then double click the name and let's name it left. Create another color set, name it right, and give it a blue color. Then one more, call it center, and I'll personally make it yellow. And I may decide to add more colors later, but this is a good start. But while we are here, let's explore this area a little bit more. At the top we have these two colors, which we can change. And if you're using the default Blender theme, you should keep them exactly as they are. Do not touch them. But they allow you to change the selected and active color for all bones, regardless of their main color. In other words, bones will have a special color when they're not selected, such as red, blue, and yellow. But regardless of their main color, they will have this light blue color when they're selected, and this very light blue, almost white color when they're active. So I recommend leaving this to default, but if you want to, you can change these colors. This button here, I also suggest that you leave it as it is. This will ensure that all bone groups have the same selected and active color. If you disable it, you can then set individual selection and active colors for each group. So for example, the left group can be red, light red as selected, and very pale pink when active. And some people actually like this, but I do not recommend this. It can get very confusing when your colors are all over the place. So activate this button and then press apply. And that will unify your selected and active colors. And here we have an option to add a new entry from a theme. And the theme in the menu do not show the colors, which makes them hard to use, so I never use them. I just add a new group and then give it a custom color. Okay, with this out of the way, let's go to the Bone Collection UI and set our colors. So again, the philosophy now is that if something is in the center, we'll give it the center color set. If it's on the right, we'll give it the right set, and left set. The spine is in the center, so we'll set it to center. Left shoulder on the left, so set it to left color set. Left palm on the left. I think the idea is simple to follow, so I'll just set up the remaining collections. Now I skipped over the root and the tweaks. I guess we can give them special colors. So this will be my root. And I'll give it some sort of a pinkish color. And set it in here. And then for the tweaks, I can set, let's say, a green color, just because it is quite different from the other ones. And let's generate. Go to pose mode. I'll hide the tweaks. And we have red controls on the left side, blue on the right side, and yellow in the center. And this makes a lot of sense. It is very easy to read. And also, when I'm working in IK mode, I can hide the FK controls. They don't need to be visible, right? So color coding based on function is not that useful because we can hide the controls based on function. But either way, I'm not saying that one is correct and the other one is not. the best approach is to think for yourself and figure out what makes sense to you. And if you're working with a client, or maybe you're making this rig for someone else who will animate it, then you can ask them for feedback. And maybe they'll say, I like this left and right split of the rig colors, but I want the FK controls to be a slightly different shade of red. And I think if you followed along, you should be able to do that. You may have started this course as a beginner, but now you have this crazy customized Rigify rig that you made from scratch. So I hope your confidence is growing and you'll keep learning about Rigify and rigging and improving your skills. If you have any ideas for bonus chapters, you can let me know. I cannot promise to make them, but I'll consider them. Sometimes people suggest things that are a bit too complex, so they can become separate tutorials or even advanced courses. And actually, I already have an idea for a bonus chapter, which I'll start recording right away. I think we came a long way in customizing this rig, but still a missing piece of the puzzle is changing the control shapes, which is really easy. It will be a short chapter. But maybe you want this neck control to be a little bit smaller. Maybe you want these shoulders to poke a little bit more out of the shoulder and so on. So I'll show you how to do it in the next bonus chapter. This and a couple of other bonus chapters are available on academy.cgdive.com. As you're watching this video, the Rigify Fundamentals in Blender 4 course, including the bonuses, should be accessible for free on Academy. So just go to academy.cgdive.com, courses, go to the Rigify Fundamentals course, and enroll for free to get full access. There are other advanced paid courses on the site, which you can buy individually by clicking on the PayPal button. And by the way, this will also allow you to pay with a debit card or credit card. Or you can get a subscription to the whole site, and this will give you access to all content on the site without exception. Currently, you can subscribe for $5.99 a month or $59.99 per year, and these prices will go up as I add more content. But if you subscribe now, you can keep this price for as long as you're subscribed.